Just to let you know, we're going to be starting. Welcome to the Barnstable School Committee meeting, October 5th, 2022. I'll start off with District 1.1, which is District Vision and Core Values. District Vision. The Barnstable Public Schools educates the whole child by creating a student-centered school culture that addresses students' physical, social, emotional, and academic needs by creating a safe and healthy learning environment in which students are challenged, supported, and engaged. Core Values. In Barnstable Public Schools, we value commitment, collaboration, and community. Commitment, we are dedicated to continuous learning and growth for all. Collaboration, we work together while keeping students' needs at the center of all decision-making. Community, we build strong, respectful partnerships that support student success. 1.2, statement by chair, video and audio recording of the meeting. I remind everyone that this meeting is being recorded and will be broadcast on Channel 18. I also remind any member of the public who wishes to make an audio or video recording of the open session of this meeting to first notify me as the chair, and I will then inform the public of the recording as required by the open meeting law. Seeing nobody. We will now move on to 2.1, BHS Football and Cheerleading Teams Community Service Award. Sarah.
I'm wondering if we might be able to take this out of order, as I understand that members of the team are on their way.
Okay, that's fine. Are you three ladies from cheerleading? Okay, just let me know whenever you want it to. Just kind of raise your hand and wave at me, and we'll put it at that point. So can I have a motion to just table this until later on in the meeting?
Move to table item 2.1.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded. Voice vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. So just let me know whenever you want to come up, and we'll do it then. Now moving on to 3.1, approve school committee meeting minutes for September 7, 2022.
Move to approve school committee meeting minutes of September 7, 2022.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded, voice vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 3.2, approve special school committee meeting minutes for September 12, 2022.
Move to approve special school committee meeting minutes of September 12, 2022.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded, voice vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it unanimously. Now moving on to 3.3, student envoy report, the highlight of the night.
That's
A lot of pressure.
such an honor, really.
I'm turning it over.
Oh, thank you so much. As I'm sure we all know, this Friday and Monday, students will have a full day, 4-day weekend due to Indigenous Peoples Day on Monday. I know staff only has a 3-day weekend. I don't want to rub it in. Next Wednesday, Math Honor Society will be holding their induction ceremony, the 12th, at 6 p.m. in the Night Hall. The Drama Club's performance of the 25th Annual Putnam County Spelling Bee, I think I got that right, will be in November, so a month from now, on the 17th and 19th. I'm pretty excited to go see it. Girls in STEM had their first meeting of the year yesterday. They'll be meeting again in 2 weeks. DECA had their annual mock competition last week. I thought it was pretty fun. It seemed to really get people excited about it. And very exciting stuff, Ultimate Frisbee Club is going to be holding a tournament, the Ultimate Throwdown, on the 22nd under the lights on the soccer baseball field. People are making teams and really excited to have that coming together moment of ultimate Frisbee destruction. Anyway.
We're so excited to announce that Spirit Week is next week starting October 11th through the 14th. Homecoming is set to happen for grades 9 to 11 on October 15th from 6 to 9. Tickets are $20 and it's going to be sold at lunch every day. On October 7th, our field hockey team is asking everyone to try their best to show up and support their game in honor of San Needham. Theme is red, white, and blue, and our football team has a game this Friday at 6 p.m. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Have a good night. You guys can get out of here now if you want. Okay, moving on to 3.4, public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per individual and 30 minutes total. There will be no debate or action taken on public comment items. The committee will take items under advisement, or the individual will request an item be placed on a future agenda. The chair will allow public comment at his discretion during the meeting. With that, I now open public comment. Seeing nobody from public comment, I will now close public comment. Moving on to 3.5, school committee comments and subcommittee liaison reports. I'll open that up to anybody. Whoop.
No, I'll just say for the Culture and Climate Subcommittee, we're looking to be meeting sometime in October, if not early November, just to kind of get us started for the new year, see where we're at in our different buildings, and what the emphasis is, what the points of emphasis are kind of moving into this school year.
Excellent, thank you. Go ahead, Kathy.
All right, so the collaborative board meetings are back up and running the second Wednesday of the month at 5:15, and the collaborative is off to a great start. They too have a few unstaffed positions, but I think those are getting cleared up. Subcommittee on the policy revision, the next meeting is Friday, October 14th at 1 o'clock via Zoom. We will finish section I after months and months of working and begin working on section H, which is negotiations. I'd like to follow up on last month's meeting. Chair Mike Judge had asked a question during the special education procedures manual discussion and wanted to know whether or not there was a policy on developing procedures. I didn't have the answer at the last meeting, but I looked it up and emailed him. Policy CHA on the development of procedures does provide the superintendent with the authority to set procedures or her designee, but it also states that without prior committee approval, unless committee action is required by law, an example of that would be Title IX, or the committee has specifically asked that certain types of procedures be given committee approval, or the superintendent recommends committee approval in light of strong community attitudes or probable staff reactions. So I wanted to let the rest of the committee and the public know that the school committee could determine that procedures for something might be an item they would like to have approval on at some time in the future. Lucy mentioned the DECA. I was a representative of the college, but with my school committee hat on, I need to say how impressive it was with how the day was set up despite a slight technology glitch, and that the students were fun to be around and interesting, and I think it was a very worthwhile event. I know they missed just about all of their classes to participate, but I think that it was well worth the time. And that's it.
Okay. So I also went to the DECA event. Excellent job by all the kids the students that I had come to me. Probably probably about 12 or 14 kids. But excellent job by everybody. It's a lot of the kids I had the first time around, we had a scenario we went through, and then I had them the second time around, and the confidence that was from the first time them ever doing anything with DECA to the second time they kind of had learned a little, they had learned, and just the confidence was growing, you could see. So excellent job by all the students and by the folks that, the advisors that help or put it all on. Thank you very much. Other than that, I think that's about it. Oh, I've had a couple people get a hold of me about our next school committee meeting. Just to let you know, it isn't until the middle of November. It's, I think, November 16th. It's the middle of the month. Other than that, we'll move on to 3.6, Superintendent's Report.
Great, thank you. So in board docs, I put a presentation to ground some data that the school committee has requested at previous meetings, and so I wanted to come back to a public meeting and share this information with you. So there are three parts. One is a window into enrollment and enrollment history at this time, including some qualitative reasons why students leave Barnstable throughout the year. Personnel turnover and a snapshot related to personnel, and then an update related to the JROTC. based on the conversations that have happened and the presentation from June at the committee's meeting. So first, this is a snapshot into enrollment over the past 6 years. We had a dip in enrollment, and this is actually a chart that has been shared with the committee and the community previously. Saw a dip in enrollment from 2017 to 2020, and then a big drop in 2021. Many districts experienced that as a result of the pandemic. An increase in student population in 2022, and as I had previewed maybe in the August meeting, we were seeing that district enrollment appears up again this year. When we look October 1 to October 1, we registered 394 new students this summer. I do anticipate that number when it is final. This is a preliminary window right now. When it's final, I imagine it may drop a little bit. We have students registering in multiple schools in the region, and there may be, this may be a little high and inflated at this time. But our final October 1 gets certified more towards November, December timeframe. And I want to be sure to thank Mo Lovett in our office. She is really just excellent with our data and has helped prepare this report. There have been some questions about attrition rates, and so here are some of the percentages in terms of attrition of students across grades K through 11. In the yellow is one of the higher areas, which you might expect with respect to students leaving Barnstable Public Schools among multiple high school options that they have. And then historically, 5th grade has been an area where we see students departing the district. Massachusetts in general has been experiencing a public school enrollment drop, and so I think it's important to put Barnstable's enrollment in the context of the state as well as the region. Massachusetts has not really seen a rebound. These are trends and graphs of regional school district enrollments from Barnstable, as well as other Cape Cod communities and school districts. Our trend is at the top, where we have experienced an enrollment decline since 2013, with a slight increase in 22 after the precipitous drop as a result of the pandemic. In general, the trend, both regionally and in Massachusetts, is for a decrease in school-age population. We're also hearing that this is happening at the college level, and that's why some of the colleges are closing. So it is part of a broader demographic shift. This is a slide that has been updated in board docs today. When I had sent this out, I had noted that the homeschool number for FY23 is low because we were still evaluating those plans. We are at 93 homeschool students this year, so we saw a spike in FY21, which was very common in Massachusetts and across the country as a result of the pandemic. And we're seeing a reduced number back to kind of what that baseline had been in FY19, FY20. So the FY23 number is 93. And there is a trend upwards around some public and private choice among Barnstable schools, Barnstable resident students. That being said, I would also note that we're kind of rebounding from the pandemic, and other districts are decreasing in number, so I think it's getting to be a bit more competitive in the school choice landscape. Mo has kind of mapped where school choice students are choosing to go, and there do seem to be some geographic trends where students living on the line with Yarmouth are going to the DY schools, students living on the border with Mashpee are choosing Mashpee schools, and Sandwich to a certain extent as well, although there's a broad array. So wanted to share that with the committee as well, something to be thinking about in terms of reasons why. We do gather some qualitative information related to responses when children are withdrawing, and we have two charts that share that. One is reasons for which students might withdraw from school during the school year, and one would be in the summer. In both instances, the biggest reason why students might withdraw throughout the year is because they're moving out of Barnstable. We have some who are reporting other. I don't have additional information there. Students attending private school, homeschool, and school choice. So that would be from the beginning, October 1 of last year to the end of the school year. And then over the summer, we looked at those numbers, and they're slightly different. But again, the majority are moving out of the Barnstable district. There is more, as you might imagine, choice happening with private and school choice enrollment, so those jump up to the top. And then other and homeschool are a little bit less. So those are some of the qualitative pieces with respect to student enrollment. It is something that we keep track of very carefully. I'm watching enrollment on a weekly basis and want to thank Mo for creating some automatic reports in that regard and communicating with the principals who we welcome here this evening about their enrollments. The K-3 enrollment this year is particularly noticeable in terms of it being increased, and I'm sure when the facilities condition assessment comes back, we'll have more information about some of our space utilization needs, which, as you know, with the adding of the portables, kind of demonstrates and points out we've got some cramped spaces. So that's kind of the first set of data as it relates to student enrollment. Do you want me to pause for any comments or questions?
Yeah, do you have any questions, or Kathy? Let's do that part first.
Yeah, sure. Sarah, very informative, helpful in terms of understanding the trends surrounding school choice and the different rationale. The slide related to which districts they're choosing in relation to their location was quite helpful. You know, if you're considering it and you happen to be on the DY line, you know, then that's going to be preferable, Sandwich line, Mashpee line, so on and forth. And, you know, for us, because we want to keep our students within the district, that information can help us to kind of recognize those principal factors, you know, and then speak to them for those families and students that are leaning. And we make our best effort to reach out, to connect, to keep them in the district if possible. But again, if that's their decision, then that is, of course, their choice. And so that slide, amongst the others, was most helpful.
Go ahead, Kathy.
So on the addresses of school choice out students, the blue all students, what is that representing? I wasn't sure what that is.
So in terms of the blue all students, I'll have,
Is that like any other school? It's not DY, not
Yeah.
Mashpee, like
I think that
Nauset or the
other-
Tech or?
other regional schools
Okay.
which aren't demonstrated here.
And then I do think, not to redo any of this is great information, but I would assume next year we'll get the same type of information. I know Nauset is a school that is pretty popular with the school choice, so just for the next year, maybe add Nauset just to get an idea there, what's going on.
Anything else, Kathy? I just got one question, and I don't know if you could answer this, or Mo. Does this, for students going out, and like the other chart that showed they go out in ninth grade, does that include kids going to the Tech? Or are they not include, like,
It includes all
so I don't know.
technical schools, agricultural schools, private schools, school choice.
So let me go back to that slide, sorry. Where was it?
I can bring it up.
No, I got it right here. I got it. Oh, that's the percentage. So it has the percentage of them. So I'm just curious. What I'd be curious is, and I don't think you had it in another slide where it had the number of kids. Oh, there it is. So in ninth grade in 2022, it says, or eighth into ninth, we had 372 in eighth, and then we went down to 363 in ninth in 2022. Mm-hmm. So does that wouldn't include then, because that's only going down 9 kids. right? Yeah, it's going down like 9 kids, because that wouldn't include the tech then, because I think we have way more than 9 kids that I think go to the tech.
So we can take a look at those numbers, but you wouldn't want to, you would read on the diagonal, so.
Oh,
eighth
yeah, you're
graders
right,
in
you're right.
21 we'd become 9th graders in 22, so you'd be reading on
Yeah,
the
so I'm sorry, it'd
diagonal.
go up, you're right. So
Although
it'd go
that number does seem a little bit lower.
So we're
than
going
what
from
we'd expect.
389 to 363.
But we can dig into that a little bit.
I'm just curious to know, like, with the number of kids that we're losing, I assume those numbers don't include the kids that we're losing to the tech.
We have.
And I don't want to, let me rephrase that, not losing to the tech, because I think a technical education is definitely, for some kids, that's definitely the way to go. So I don't want to make it sound like we're losing them to the tech. That's not what I mean. I mean, it's actually our tech schools are awesome, so the fact that we have that option for kids, I think, is phenomenal. But
It's not here, but we do have the numbers of students who go to different schools than Barnstable,
Okay.
and I can share that with the committee.
okay, thank you. Yeah, Kathy.
Along that line, Mike, I don't see the tech, I see the tech as a different choice. I
yeah.
don't see that the same as opting out of district for another public school. I think that is a specific choice.
They offer
for-
things that we don't offer.
Right, right.
That's definitely, there's kids that are definitely,
But
that's the place to
only
go.
thing that would be somewhat a duplicate would be the hospitality area. I know we do have some hospitality, but just not to the same degree.
Okay. Okay, so round 2 for the personnel.
Round 2, there's a little less data here, but one of the questions that had come up from one of the school committee members was related to reasons why staff may be leaving. And so we took a look at staff members from July to August and had shared some numbers with you at a previous meeting, but we dug a little bit deeper into the reasons that people are sharing. And this is kind of in a rank order, the information that we got back. We are going to continue to gather data so that we understand why staff may be departing the district, but wanted to sort of circle back with you and share this information.
Excellent. Any questions on this?
I have one more slide.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and just to put it into context, I thought that it would be helpful. This is all publicly available information from the Department of Education, but I thought it would be helpful to share retention rates in Barnstable as it compares to the state for both teachers and for principals. And I shaded in green where we are above the state average, because again, I wanted to kind of put our data into some broader context.
Go ahead, Andre.
Yes, again, recognizing, in terms of the previous slide, the teachers that had left, I think it was the highest, if you could go back, again, personal reasons. To me, that reflects the national teacher shortage that we're facing in terms of the attrition of our educators from the circumstances surrounding the pandemic. And so I think that is much more of a national, overall situation rather than, specific to us in Barnstable. But again, as much as we want to be there for our students and families to support them and to make them feel welcome, recognize that we want them here in Barnstable. The same goes for our staff. Okay, and so this information in terms of, why people get to this point and how we can reach out in any way that may sway them to continue the good work that they're doing. But at the end of the day, if that's a decision, for whatever reason, better opportunity, obviously commute, relocation, then we wish them well. But as long as it's recognized that their efforts, again, student, staff, and family are noted, and we would do everything to help them continue on with us.
Go ahead, Kathy.
So I think the interesting thing about the data is that 47 did not disclose or it wasn't available, and that's almost half of the total who left. So 49, we know why. The 47 who didn't provide a reason, that piques my curiosity. And so that's just something that I've noticed with the numbers.
And we talked about that with the Human Resources Department, and when I refer to, gathering more data and better data this year, we're going to, of course, we can't force people to disclose, but try to encourage them so that we have as much information as possible.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And now the third part.
We did also
Oh,
map the residents of our staff and of new staff, and 20% are living off Cape. So that's a trend that to be mindful of.
I know with that one, do you know, I probably don't know what it was, like, has that gone up, or I assume that's gone up as house prices have gone up and the affordability of Cape Cod has gone down?
Yeah, I don't know that we have hard data.
I'd be
on
kind of
that, but
interested to see that
yeah.
next year and kind of see that over the next, like, the trend line over the next 5 years and see how that,
And some of these folks may be relocating and haven't changed their address with us, and so that may be part of this, but we'll keep track of it.
it's good, thank you.
And then lastly, just wanted to sort of share back with you the data that we got from our survey at the high school. I want to thank Liz Friedman for putting that out to our high school students. But we surveyed students in early September and had 630 responses. We had 49 reporting yes and 129 reporting that they were maybe interested in JRTC, which I thought was a pretty healthy number. There was not a ton of information, so I wasn't surprised at having so many maybes. We asked them to indicate their branch of interest, and I would note that the Marines are not accepting applications from schools for new units at this time, so we did not include that. And the numbers are kind of listed there for you. I was a little surprised at how this came back, just given the location of Barnstable and its proximity to the ocean. I expected a little bit of a different pattern, but this is what was returned. And I also wanted the committee to note that since the June 1st meeting, I spoke with both Chief Petty Officer Barrows from the Navy, who presented, as well as Commander Clay Cromer from the Coast Guard about their programs to find out more information. So we had talked about potentially putting in an application this fall, and for a number of reasons, I think that that's a little quick. I think we've sort of proved some interest among the student body, but there are a couple of things that I think merit further consideration. One would be space availability. After looking at the building with Liz and knowing that there's a conditions assessment occurring, I think we need to think carefully about that. The programs are going to require a dedicated classroom space, a dedicated office, and a dedicated climate-controlled closet for materials. So we need to be mindful of that in light of other programs and our classes that are going on at the high school. I think there's an opportunity to build more awareness among students, the guidance counselors, administration, and the school committee. We had a presentation from the Navy, but I found out from talking with Commander Cromer that the Coast Guard is it's very similar, but also in a very different place in terms of the number of units that it has and its expansion plan, and what that would mean financially for Barnstable would be different. And so I think getting more information from the Army and the Air Force as well, and a better understanding of what that would look like would be helpful. We'll, in developing more awareness, consider what resources we have available in our location, including the recruitment of instructors and budget implications. So I think we should take the year to build a foundation to consider a potential application for the fall. And I say potential just because I still have some caution around the space piece. But I think it's of great interest. Our students, I thought that the numbers were pretty strong. And that would be my recommendation. So that's a follow-up to you on that.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
That'll do it. Any questions? Yeah.
So the survey, was this conducted by, this survey that was conducted 8 through 12?
I think it was sent out to all students.
But it did not include BIS, correct?
No, it was
So-
just the high school.
Right, so if we become more serious about putting an application, it might be good to tack on the same survey to the 8th graders because that would be the entry
Incoming,
class,
yep.
yeah. Seventh graders and eighth graders. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, for myself, those statistics are very reassuring, given you need 100 students in the program, as I remember, for it to be viable. And in terms of the interest, we well exceed that, while not including the students at the intermediate school. One component of our graduation that's outstanding is when we see the students who are going on to military service, and also the many veterans that we have here in our community. And so I think as people become more aware, I think this will continue to snowball. I do not, I agree with your recommendation, but in no way, shape, or form do I see us kind of taking our foot off the pedal in terms of a program like this. Again, we would be the only district between Fall River and Provincetown that would offer such a program. And so this, not only in terms of the access for our students that are interested, Mike, you make a good point in terms of try it and see if this is for you. You don't necessarily have to sign the contract and commit years. This would be an opportunity, and we have, a patriotism in our community that's outstanding. So there's just a number of different access points with the space considerations. I recognize that's serious. Also, as a Barnstable graduate and somebody who attended the school during 3 years of construction, while it was being renovated, the history in our district going back into the 70s and 80s when we had over 3,000 students that attended that high school in different sessions. So we've addressed spacing issues in our past, and so I think that we're going to approach this with the same vigor, that if we have the support from the community and the opportunity to do this, that space will not be something that will hold us back.
So
So could I move to reopen?
1 second, I just wanted to say my 2 cents.
Oh, sorry.
So and Sarah and I talked about this already, to be honest with you. And Sarah and I kind of agreed 100% on going forward with it. So what we will be doing is Sarah, through the chair, will be setting up to have them at our school committee meetings for the other 3 branches. I just think that's kind of where we're at. We obviously got the interest. So now the next thing is to get the other 3 branches in, to have them give a presentation. For me, it's kind of which branch is kind of, to be honest with you, that's where I'm in my mind, is which branch. So that's where I would like to have, you got to do your due diligence and make sure that you make an educated decision, as we always do. So I would be definitely, we'll be coming forward in the next months to bring in the other 3 branches and continue going. I agree with you 100%, not taking the foot off I don't want this to die. I don't want, because usually things are like, oh, in a couple months we'll get there, and then next thing you know, it's next May, and we're back in the same spot where we're trying to hurry up to get it done. So I will make sure, I give you my word, Andre, because I know you brought this up, that I will make sure that this continues, is on my long-term agenda, and I will continue we will get the other 3 in. I promise you that, okay?
And that's assuring, Mike, for myself, but then also for the community.
Oh, yeah, well, it's just for everybody, yeah.
people
But
can
you were the
come in.
one brought it up to me, and you were the one, this is
Other
your...
branches, if that's something, we had a high interest in the Army. So I hope that that will encourage people to come out and to hear those.
Well, and I want kids to be able to, and families to be able to, like the presentation for the Navy was put as a link. So I want to have all 4 presentations when kids and families are like ranking which one, because this is kind of arbitrary. They could see the Navy one, but they couldn't see the other 3. So I want to have all 4 of them come in. I want the links to all 4 of them, so then kids can make a decision of, this presentation, once again, making an educated decision as to which one they would rather have. Because at the end of the day, I could have my own opinion, but you know what? It's up to the kids to have, and their families to have their opinion, because that's what really matters. So, okay, well, thank you very much, Sarah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Now I'll take that, Kathy, from you.
So I'd like to move to reopen highlights in education.
Second.
Have a motion and seconded. Voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it unanimously. So I will now invite everybody to come on down. Do you want to
can
set this
share-
up?
Yeah, I'll set this up while they join us. So we have members of the Barnstable High School football team and cheerleading team here with us this evening. They've recently been recognized with a Community Service Award, both through the MIAA as well as Dick's Sporting Goods, and would love to invite them to introduce themselves and share a little bit about the evolution of that award and how you were recognized.
Uh-oh, everybody's looking at each other about, I don't want to be the one to talk. Hi.
Hi, I'm Haley DeManch, and I'm one of the cheerleading captains.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Dominic Ford. I'm one of the football captains for Barnstable High School.
Welcome, welcome. Who's next?
Hi, I'm Mark Wiseman. I'm one of the Barnstable football captains.
Excellent, welcome.
Hello, I'm Jake Mooney. I'm one of the Barnstable football captains.
Okay.
And I'm Will Ropke. I'm another Barnstable football captain.
I'm sensing a theme here.
I'm Madeline Field, and I'm one of the Barnstable cheerleading captains.
Welcome.
I'm Lyra Halbert, and I'm one of the cheerleading captains.
Okay, so we got the introduction. So who's going to be the brave one to tell us about what this award is and, like, how did this come all about, I guess? You got the broken hand, so you're the one that's...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the award came from Dick's for recognizing our community service in the community. We've cleaned, so the captains of the 2021 team, they put together a Main Street cleanup, and we've been doing that twice a year, where we just go around on Sunday morning, Saturday morning, and just clean up Main Street, build bonds, that type of stuff, and just Dick's recognized that and wanted to congratulate us and thank us for doing that.
Excellent. Just a question, so do you do that, like, you do it twice a year? Is that what you was saying?
Yeah.
You do the cleanup? So I want to give a shout out to all you folks way more than just doing the cleanup twice a year. I know personally that you folks all help, and your coach and everybody, you all work your tails off with helping the community in all different ways. My wife is involved in celebration, and you guys were there on the day after celebration, helping put stuff away. When I was in the trailer, and you guys were bringing it all to me, the amount of stuff that you not just you, but all of your teammates do is absolutely amazing. Honestly, like, it's way more than just, you're selling yourself short. Okay, you got an award for this one, but you guys are selling yourself short for the amount that you do as young people giving back to the community you live in. And I can't thank you enough for all that you do. And I know you guys get to hang out with your friends and stuff like that, but it's a lot of kids wouldn't do that. So you know what? Thank you from the community. That's kind of who we are. We represent the community. So thank you to each and every one of you and your teammates for all that you do throughout the year. And thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to say anything?
Yeah, Mike, just quickly, I know the team's busy. Home game this Friday. It was a big win last Friday against Durfee when offense got rolling, defense got rolling on all accounts. I've seen you guys out there on Sundays, during this work, and it's a busy time. Your senior year is clearly once in a lifetime, and so just to echo Mike's point, we really do appreciate that mindfulness, to think about things beyond yourself, and just to encourage you to keep up the good work, so to speak. I mean, it's a common statement, but your senior year. You guys are taking hold of it and making the most of every opportunity, and that's reassuring. And just so continued success. I know we have another big game this week, and the cheerleaders as well. Make the most and make us proud.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say congratulations and thank you for all that you do. And we see you around the community and recognize your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. You as well.
Have a good night, everybody.
For coming.
Excellent. Now moving on to 3.7, Assistant Superintendent Report.
Thank you. So I have two items today. I wanted to provide the committee with an update on professional development. We have had our first professional development day, September 14th, and as our envoys mentioned, they have a 4-day weekend. Our staff have a professional development day. this Friday, so we will have a 3-day weekend. But just a little bit to share. So we do have a combination of half and full day in-service days. So we have, obviously, the full day on October 7th is our only full day in-service day of the year. And then we have 2, 4, 6, 7 half days over the course of the year. Our September in-service day, just to give you a little background, we had some common overarching themes, common understanding and consistency of expectations. It was a really nice opportunity for our principals to set the stage for their staff for the year, with areas of focus that included Pbis, positive behavior intervention and supports, curriculum mapping crosswalks, UDL, Universal Design for Learning, and meeting the needs of diverse learners, tiered literacy, equity, and instructional look-fors. The feedback from staff, I always send out a survey at the end of the in-service days. We had 431 responses, which is about 60 to 80 more than our typical. So I was really excited, start of the year. We're starting strong. 86% of the staff agreed or strongly agreed that the PD was relevant to their role, responsive to the needs of the school and the district. In terms of their, I'll say, specific feedback, without getting in the weeds here, but the topics that they identified as most valuable were Pbis, trauma-informed classroom, tiered reading instruction, collaboration and team building. Again, that was definitely an overarching theme of the principals to start off the year. We had quite a few people said that everything and all topics they truly felt were relevant, which I don't think I've seen that in the responses before. And I think it speaks to the principal's planning for that day. The discussion of the look-fors, which was the instructional look-fors, and then equity and unconscious bias. Another question that is asked is about, how did this strengthen their practice? And so when I went through this feedback, I looked at the trends in the sentence starters, right? Because all the topics, the range of topics, but we had so many that started off with a better understanding of, and then whatever the topic was, or developing common goals around, connecting with, learned from others about, strengthened my knowledge of, and new strategies to bring back to the classroom. So truly, those were the themes in terms of the feedback from the staff, that they felt that it was valuable time well spent. So as we move forward to the October in-service, which again, as I mentioned, is a full day, I would also have to just recognize the planning that the principals have done to be ready for this full day. I think there are some challenges involved where this coincides with the All Cape Day that the collaborative organizes. So they have groups of staff that will be attending those sessions and then are planning meaningful work for those staff that aren't attending. The All Cape Day, just as a little background, there are 28 offerings this year, and they really focus on some of our more enrichment area content areas: world language, music, English learners, art, PE, health, early childhood. And it's great because those are the areas that typically we struggle to find, to have a dedicated PD topic. So these are really, the collaborative has brought in some really well-known presenters. I think it's really exciting opportunity for these particular departments. So we have many, I don't have the number yet, that hasn't been released, but we do have many Barnstable staff in these departments that have signed up for a combination of 2 half-day sessions or a full-day session, depending on the offerings. As far as planning for the staff who won't be participating in All Cape Day, the principals have put together menus of options for staff, really been creative with how they've structured this day, again, being attuned to, what the needs are of the staff. And I think many of the topics are continuation of discussions that started in September: Pbis, UDL, tiered literacy, responsive classroom, and discussions about the expectations matrix, There's some technology offerings of Read and Write for Chrome and Orbit, some new platforms that the district has. Culturally responsive instruction, using data to inform instruction, safety care training. So again, really looking at planning for meaningful time for this day for our staff. And then I would just close by noting that our next in-service day, which is in November, is a district in-service day. These in-service days, this particular in September, are building-based. And so the yeoman's work has fallen to the principal, so I thank you for that.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions or no?
I do have one more topic,
yep.
but if there are no questions on professional development, I did want to share some exciting news. So Barnstable was approved to participate in the CEP, Community Eligibility Provision. And so what that is, you might ask. This allows schools, Barnstable Public Schools, to provide free breakfast and lunch to all students, which we're currently offering for 4 years. So this is going to continue through the 2025-2026 school year. So we've been doing this for a few years as part of COVID funding, but because of the district free and reduced rates, we're able to offer this for this extended period of time. And I would just have to recognize Dave Badeau and Mo Lovett for putting together the information. It was, just to give a little snapshot, there were several steps involved with the process, which included approval from the school committee, so thank you very much. Formal trainings, calculations on finances, groupings, enrollment rosters, following DESE's strict guidelines, but the work that both Dave had to do to complete the steps and the role that Mo played in terms of collecting the data, just so critically important, and it couldn't have been done without the efforts of the two of them. And I just wanted to make sure I noted that, but it's really exciting.
Excellent. Kathy?
What's the name of the program?
Oh, can you hit the mic? Just
So it's the Community Eligibility Provision through the United States Department of Agriculture. And so it will offer free breakfast and lunch for all of our students for 4 years.
Thank you.
Yes, Kristen, I echo your sentiments in terms of the stellar work of Mo and Dave. First of all, you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Okay, you're not going to address, higher order thinking, okay, if those fundamental needs, okay, food, nutrition, security are not met. And so to hear that our students are going to have free breakfast and lunch going into 2026, I believe that you said, as somebody who grew up proudly eating school lunch, and that was, something that part of my nutritional plan and that helped me significantly. And then just in conclusion, how this district led during the pandemic. I have no problem mentioning it again and again when schools had to be shut down. And Barnstable, first district to make sure that all students and all people below the age of 18 had meals all 7 days of the week. So this continuation of that strong outreach and just frankly just meeting people where they are and providing things to help them get through, it's just very encouraging to me that we have this here in the Barnstable Public Schools.
excellent, thank you. Anything else that you're all set? Excellent. Now I'm going to move on to 4.1, District Improvement Plan.
Great. So I have for you this evening a district improvement plan to highlight some overarching goals to frame our work this year. We combined this presentation, so I have several slides, and then each school has a slide to share with you their school improvement plans. The school committee, tonight, there's an action item to approve the district improvement plan. The school improvement plans per your policy are shared with me, and I approve them, but there is an opportunity for you to see them, review them, and comment. And so fortunately, we are joined here tonight with the school principals. And so we'll start with the district improvement plan first. Our plans are centered on the Barnstable vision and core values. This is something that we have been certainly taking to heart, particularly as I come in new to the district, to understand how this looks as implemented through behavior in our schools, in our classrooms, and our workplaces. I worked with our team around priorities for this year, which is basically to continue and build on the 21-22 priorities. Coming in new, as you know, I'm engaging in an entry process. That being said, I didn't want this year to not have any goals towards which we are working. There are some themes that are emerging early for areas to be working on, and the district has a wealth of analysis and reports to guide our direction. You will see some action steps in the areas of fostering a sense of belonging, implementing systems to monitor student understanding, ensuring strong grade-appropriate instruction, and evaluating curriculum and planning for PD. You'll see these themes when the principals talk about their school improvement plans as well. I have 2 slides to share our action steps, but in board docs is a more comprehensive document that has a lot more detail. So in terms of fostering a sense of belonging, I'd like to use my entry process to be as inclusive as possible to yield long-term district strategy for improvement. So these goals are kind of inherently one-year goals, but working with you as a committee and working with our administrative team and our faculty and staff and community members in an inclusive way to yield long-term goals. One of the areas that has come up, I think, repeatedly over and over again as I listen as part of that entry process are around opportunities to do more communication and working with our leadership team and working with our, I never remember the acronym, it's 3 C's, Community Connections Committee, I believe, to inform, grow confidence in, and expand awareness about all that Barnstable does and has to offer for students. Naturally, want to make sure that we have the best school safety practices in place. Coming in new, that's an area that I'm paying particular attention to. And the school resource officers in Barnstable are excellent, and we have some good recommendations from them, as well as some grant opportunities to pursue in terms of strengthening our safety practices. So that is part of our improvement goals. As you know, we've mentioned it a number of times, there's the facilities conditions assessment. I think you'll hear more tonight from our capital improvement projects, the ways in which that conditions assessment can be used, I think, both to forecast our facilities needs and ultimately look towards an equitable facilities plan, and also thinking about the projects that we need to complete in order for that equity. And a couple of years ago, there was an athletics department climate review. We have started to implement those recommendations. So I think that there's some misinformation. So the district improvement plan is a real great opportunity to communicate what we are doing. There have been some recommendations that have been implemented, and we'll continue to implement those recommendations. I do want to make sure that I note that I am hearing from folks who are longing for more band and theater and music. Part of the recommendations of the athletic department climate review talks about equity among all extracurriculars. So this does not in any way shut those programs out, and there is, I think, an active effort underway to build those as well. In terms of implementing systems to monitor student understanding, at the district level, in our leadership team meetings, and then trickling down to the principals and in the PLCs in the schools, making sure that we're examining academic, discipline, school culture, and other data with an equity lens and using it to take action to support student achievement. In terms of ensuring strong grade-appropriate instruction, we started the process this summer and will continue calibrating feedback on instruction across evaluators. This will be a focus under the leadership of Assistant Superintendent Kristen Harmon and our Directors of Teaching and Learning. We have a lot of new administrators and a lot of new evaluators, and also a need to focus on instruction post-pandemic. So we're working on calibrating our vision around that and our feedback. As I've mentioned too before, and this was another topic of focus at our Leadership Institute where we kicked off this goal, developing a district-wide philosophy and equitable approach towards teaching appropriate behaviors. This would be both in kind of a proactive way through things like Pbis, which I think you'll hear more about tonight, as well as responses to student behavior, which may include discipline as needed and restorative practices. Continuing with an examination last year, but with my presence, continuing to evaluate our specialized programs, serving students with intensive special needs, and thinking about the services that they need and how that is, how we set that up and how we provide those services in our schools, and collaborating with the co-directors of special education, families, and principals and staff to do that. And one of the things that has come up in some of our conversations is that there are accommodations that can be provided to students who need them in a regular gen ed classroom in order to meet students where they are and help them with their achievement. So we want to take a look at those accommodation plans and incorporate them. And then, as you probably know, but I wanted to be sure to include in the budget last year, there was the provision for Atlas Rubicon, which is a curriculum kind of documentation resource. We'll be looking to begin that and initiate that this year. Ultimately, the goal here would be to develop the foundation of a long-term predictable curriculum review cycle that includes a lens of equity in our curriculum. And then I wanted to be sure to capture some of the opportunities that we want to explore. So literacy is one that is a continuation from last year after the pilot did not yield new materials. It did identify, however, some gaps, so we want to make sure that we're attending to literacy. I think you'll hear about that tonight in terms of the schools. Early college is something that I did not feel that we were ready to pursue, but given some of our data that was shared with me in the interview process and some opportunities that we have with 4Cs, I think we should continue to explore whether or not early college is a good fit for Barnstable. We talked about JROTC this evening, and then another area that I think we need to be thinking about is how we're delivering instruction to our English learners, and to what extent dual language or bilingual programs might be a good fit, or other models that we see suitable. So that's another area for us to pursue. So those are kind of the action steps as it pertains to our 4 overarching goals. And I wanted to highlight a few in particular that are very equity focused. On a separate slide, although in the district improvement document, they're embedded within those other goal areas. Continuing our efforts to recruit and retrain diverse faculty and staff through recruitment avenues, a year 2 involvement in the Department of Education's Teacher Diversification PLC, and an expansion of that recruitment and retention plan. Our involvement in a research study to provide us with some recommendations based on the voices of our faculty and staff in our community, and then providing additional mentoring and support for faculty and staff of color. There is a wonderful resource, the MLK Action Group, that is doing just that for the entire region. As part of the entry process, so this is a little repetitive, but I want to make sure that I point out opportunities over the next couple of months that I want to take to listen to and respond to students voicing of bias-based incidents and inequities and their suggested solutions. This builds off of some data that was shared with me from the Barnstable No Place for Hate group. There was a letter that was written and some videos that were produced of voices of past graduates and, at that point in time, current students. So I'd like to engage with our current students and in particular understand their suggested solutions. We do have some work underway in our schools, which includes peer leaders through the Anti-Defamation League, teaching an anti-bias curriculum to their peers. We'd like to develop a peer mediation program, provide professional development, and embed restorative practices. And then the last piece that I miss, it's not yet part of my habit, but building awareness across the community and providing education in PD on cultural months and days of recognition, as well as holidays. We are currently a little more than halfway through Hispanic Heritage Month, which began on September 15th, but taking opportunities throughout the year to highlight these cultural months and days, recognizing that it is not enough to just recognize those once a year, but we do have these special days for a purpose to highlight contributions, and the holidays is another area. And so I would be remiss if I did not note that today is Yom Kippur, and I am thinking about those who are recognizing it between last night and tomorrow. Those are the district improvement goals. I'm wondering, Mike, if we should pause for questions,
Do we have
comments, and
questions, or do we want to keep going? Keep going? Yeah?
I don't really have questions, and this does not have an answer, but coming off the pandemic and seeing as many students as we have that are far below grade level, I hear the grade level curriculum and instructional piece, but I'm really concerned about the burden that it places on that grade level teacher. I think the span in a typical pre-pandemic year is huge to meet the needs and make sure everybody's on grade level. And in my own head, I sit and think of our core subjects of reading, writing, and math and wonder, how in the world, if someone's at the first grade level and in third or fourth grade, how can you even possibly expect to have grade level instruction? So I know that 50 years ago, the plan in some schools was that grouping by ability, and then it went to the heterogeneous classroom because stronger students could help support weaker students, and everybody had the ability to learn off others who were perceived or who, were at a higher level, and that was a general theme. But I think now, coming off of the pandemic, we just have so many students that are experiencing large gaps, and with those basic subjects, I'm glad I'm not an elementary teacher, because I would not know how to meet the needs of all the students in the classroom if all the instruction had to be at grade level. We just don't have enough support staff to help in that setting. And again, I don't expect any kind of a comment. I think most of all, I would like to publicly recognize that I realize that that is an extraordinary job that needs to be done. And I wish there were some way we were able to provide additional support. I don't know whether it's human resources or thinking outside of the box, but I just recognize that difficult job they have.
Would you like to, I know she doesn't want to comment, but.
I mean, you can comment, yeah, but it's not something that you really can,
Yeah, I want to recognize, and you'll hear in just a few moments, some of the remarkable work that's happening in the schools and in the classrooms to set up systems and structures to meet students where they are and to support teachers. That feels a little bit like an empty comment, because it maybe underestimates how difficult the work is. But I've been in all of the schools, I've met with all of the principals, we've been in classrooms, and are seeing the ways in which they've structured the schedules, prioritizing academic instruction, and collaborating. I think that's one of the big things that I'm seeing is the collaboration that's happening across professionals, small group instruction, as well as using some very high quality resources. A teacher would have a very difficult time diagnosing each and every student on all sorts of discrete skills, but we have some pretty sophisticated resources in play for literacy and for math that can kind of dial in and challenge students up or down to kind of pinpoint and provide that feedback to teachers that they can then digest in their PLCs and figure out some strategies. I do think that more resources would go a long way, because I think that whole group, what we're talking about is, whole group instruction becomes really challenging, but that's where I think we're looking more at the learning acceleration model, where we're trying to keep students learning at grade level while filling in the gaps in a just, as needed way. Because the old model of just continual remediation of previous skills really wasn't effective in catching kids up. Do you want to add anything?
The only thing I would add is, just going back to the professional development, I mean, we have some opportunities between tiered literacy, which is multi-tiered systems of supports focused on literacy. So it is really looking at, our current practices, our resources, and how are we working with the average student, the student that is doing well at grade level, and then drilling down and what are the supports in place for our students that are, a step below that need more time or more focused and targeted skills. So that's the tiered literacy, professional development, and then the UDL professional development. Again, I think the principals have taken the opportunities that are available to us through the Department of Education and some, I'll say grants, but it's just professional development opportunities so that we actually have consultants supporting the work of school-wide for all the staff in terms of the challenges that you're really describing. So
I just want to make sure that all the principals realize this is not a criticism in any way. I know what it's like when there's a student who's a few years below grade level trying to function in a classroom, and it is difficult, and we don't want to stop challenging that student at the upper end either, because that causes a different set of concerns. So it's just, I recognize, I hope you can pass along to your staff that we recognize that it's challenging. Are they able to bring in more parent support the way we used to be able to do that in previous years, pre-pandemic? Are we coming back to that? Because I know parent help at that elementary level, taking a small group was huge, learning math facts. I did it for many years, Math Superstars. But I'm glad then that we're able to have the parents back in the classroom. The volunteers, they're not all just parents. But thank them, thank the staff, and I wish we could do more.
Well, Kathy, and I don't, to me, it's not about apologize. What it is it's kind of like there's always different levels in a classroom, but now those levels are a lot wider spanned. Like it was maybe if you were a fourth grade teacher, you had some kids that were third, and you had some kids that were in fifth. It was a smaller range, but after the pandemic, that has now kind of moved further apart. And I'm sure it's not just a Barnstable thing. And I'm sure the principals, you live this every day. It's probably part of your frustration of there's a bigger gap. It's the teacher's frustration, it's your frustration that there's a bigger gap than there was 3 years ago in any given classroom. And how do you kind of teach that? I don't know. I would think it's a lot more challenging. I'm sure it's a lot more challenging and I'm sure they're coming out with products, I'll say for lack of a better term, but of programs that are kind of set for, I would think, for like a wider range, or not really? I would assume that the products and programs are going to have to kind of take that into account. If you're a second grade teacher, you're going to have a way wider range of doing the different small groups and differentiated instruction. Wow. It's going to have to be a bigger range, right? So, I mean, how does that, it's probably still developing, but I'm sure it's still developing, and in 5 years it'll probably finally catch up, but it's frustrating for that next 5 years.
And it is. It's trying to find the tools and the resources that we can put in the hands of staff so that they can meet the needs. So when they, diagnose the challenges that a small group is in need of, what is the resource, the tool that we're going to use with that group?
Right.
When the next group rotates through, it's not
It may be a
necessarily
different
the same
resource.
resource
Right.
or tool. Right. So it is really getting to know your students.
And the resource that worked 3 years ago or 5 years ago isn't the same resource that you need now, because of a different, wider range. Like, you didn't have to, if you have a third grader who's at a level of a kindergartner, you didn't have to really worry about that as much back then, where now that could be more the norm. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just kind of think it's probably education is changing, I guess, isn't it? Okay, any other questions? No? Okay.
I don't have any questions, but I read an article last year that said it's going to take a decade to recover from the pandemic skill gap. And it's happening at all levels. I see it at the community college. It's a huge difference in our classroom and the range of abilities that we get there. So not to exclude the middle school and the high school, it's everywhere.
Yeah, just quickly, Kathy, to your last point, the Globe noted that the MCAS scores statewide are down. And Commissioner Riley's estimate was that it would take 5 years. This is coming from the commissioner, to close the gaps. And then also, I think what we're talking about here is the widening achievement gap that existed beforehand.
All right, it's only getting
And
wider.
the impact that this had. But Kathy, to your point, it's for us as a district that we're mindful of it, that we're aware of it, and that, we still, as, we work in education, there's still students at both sides of the spectrum. And so those students who are still at that advanced state and who are able to navigate, it doesn't mean that we have lower expectations or that your goals still can't be achieved. You were ahead of the curve. You stayed ahead of the curve during these challenging times, and we're going to keep you at that pace. But again, you're looking at, for teachers, that gap is more pronounced between that student who is excelling, the students that were in the middle, have fallen a little bit behind, and then you had students that had certain needs going into this situation that's more exacerbated. So, Sarah, clearly well aware of this. We are, as a district, we're receptive to these different challenges that our students and our families are facing, and we're going to be specific in how we approach each individual, because it's certainly an individualized situation, and we need to kind of, I think what we're saying is we have to meet these students and families where they're at.
Okay. So continuing, that concludes the district kind of overarching goals. I would invite our principals to come up closer, maybe to the microphone. They each have a slide to share some highlights from their school improvement plans. The school improvement plans are generated at the school level through the school councils, which is a form of governance. The school principals are working with faculty representatives, parent representatives, and community representatives to put these together. As they come forward, I want to be sure to recognize a few things. One is how amazing of a group this is. We've only worked together a very short time, but I am very quickly coming to enjoy the professional relationship with each and every one of the principals here, and I think very, very highly of them. And I will also wish them a very happy National Principals Month. That is a recognition.
That's why you're doing it, right?
Yeah.
For this 1 month, you
1
get
month.
appreciated.
And you get to come to school committee, so.
Yeah, this is your reward, coming to talk to us for.
But we look forward to hearing more about the highlights for sure. And Nikki Cucci is first from the Enoch Cobb Early Learning Center.
Hey, Nikki.
Hi, everyone.
You're always the first one,
I'm
right?
always the first one.
1 year we're going to do reverse order for you. How about
That's
that?
okay. I like going first, actually. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to have a few minutes to talk about the preschool. So one of the things you might notice is that the overarching priorities that really drive the Enoch Cobb improvement plan are slightly different from the district priorities and the other school priorities. And the reason for that is because the Department of Ed, in partnership with the Department of Public Health and early education and care, identified these particular priorities for early childhood special ed programs. So they are very much aligned with the district priorities and what you'll hear from the other principals, but they're just a little bit, a little different and tailored to early childhood programs. So the first priority is to improve systems to engage effectively with families. And I have two big buckets there. One is to improve and expand opportunities to connect with and support preschool families. So coming out of the pandemic, we really wanted to look at ways to bring back in-person opportunities to connect, but not just to get parents in the building, but also to find out how we could really support families. So we did already send out a survey to families, and we got a large response. And what came out of that was really the two major things families were looking for are social opportunities, so they definitely want to do some social things and get out there again so that they can meet other families, but also they would like some parent training on general child development and or special ed topics. So one of the action steps, I'm not going to highlight all of our action steps, but I'll pick and choose a few, but one of the ones that I'm most excited about is offering these parent trainings. So we're going to be calling this Parent Power, and we'll be offering this at least, I would say, at least 4 times throughout the school year. I threw this out to the staff, and a lot of our experts on staff in these areas, the speech pathologists and the physical therapist, the school nurse, our partners with the New England Center for Children, all chimed in right away, and they were eager to share their knowledge with families, so I'm very excited. So we're hoping to have, these will probably be about an hour. The families will RSVP, let us know who's coming so we can make sure we have translators available if necessary. We'll offer childcare. If it's we're hoping to do this on a Wednesday when we have some extra classroom space open, and our professionals would be providing some childcare while parents are participating in the training. So that's a big one that I'm super excited about. The next one there under this first priority one is to revise some of our special education procedures to ensure they're developmentally appropriate for the children and also sensitive to the needs of families. And so there's a few things we're doing in this area, but the major one is really changing the way we share information with families who are going through the special ed evaluation process. Up until this point, when a child is referred for a special ed evaluation, our evaluators are all doing a separate comprehensive report. So oftentimes families come to their first IEP meeting with 5 different very lengthy reports that I think can sometimes be overwhelming. So we're working together as a team to come up with some different ways to simplify that process and create one report that everyone will be contributing to. We also have a new special education coordinator, Ellen Mclaughlin, that I think you met the last school committee meeting, who is fabulous. And she is helping us to revise some of our other logistical meeting procedures and things like that. So just looking at the forms that we use throughout the meetings, we'll be, instead of translating things after the fact, we're going to try to proactively translate things, little logistic things like that. Priority 2, improve systems to assist transition from early intervention to preschool, and then again from preschool to kindergarten. One of the things that came out of our recent program evaluation was the possibility of having a kindergarten transition night for families. So I would love to be setting that up, by the way. I'll be calling upon my principal colleagues to collaborate with and set that up. So we'll be organizing that. And the other big piece of this is sort of reestablishing our transition practices with our community partners, early intervention. We work closely with the Kennedy Donovan Center and also Head Start. One of the other things that came out of our program evaluation is what a stellar and strong relationship we have with these partners. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, I'm not sure of the reasons, there's been a huge amount of turnover in those organizations. And at this moment, all of the people that we've had relationships with are no longer with those organizations. So we will be doing a lot of outreach to them and trying to reconnect, have meetings, tour their programs, figure out who's in what roles, and try to get that reestablished so that we can maintain our positive reputation with families and the community and make sure that we're still meeting all of our timelines and everything for the transition process. And finally, the last priority area is to improve instruction to increase early childhood educational outcomes. So these 3 bullets that you see up there are something that the Department of Ed tracks for preschool programs. So we collect data for each student with an education plan in these 3 areas when they enter preschool and again when they exit. So it's a numerical rating in these 3 areas, and then we like to see that they're improving over time by increasing these ratings. So that's just one of our assessment tools. So in order to help us to make sure that we are helping students to make progress in the areas, one of the things we'll be doing is identifying and piloting new curriculum resources. We started out with just ELA. Our ELA program that we use now is called Avenues, and we had selected that because it's aligned with the program that the kindergartens use. However, it is no longer being manufactured, and you can't get any more materials. So it's time to look for a new program. And we have already identified 2 programs that we would like to pilot. We'll have 4 teachers piloting the 2 programs. And the good thing is that both of the programs that we selected are actually cross-curricular. So although we'll be definitely targeting ELA and math, it'll also help us a lot in the other content areas as well. And finally, implementing systems to monitor students' understanding and support tiered instruction. There's 2 major things we'll be doing in this area. One is that teachers will be now holding weekly data review meetings with the paraprofessionals that work with them on a regular basis. And the purpose of those meetings will just be to review data that we've collected on student progress, identify which students need more targeted instruction, and then plan, how are we going to incorporate opportunities next week to really target these skills and keep going. So we'll be doing that weekly. And then this next thing is something we started last year. We identified an alternative curriculum guide and assessment system to use with our students with more significant disabilities. So we have a school-wide assessment system called Teaching Strategies Gold that is, actually, I really wanted to jump up and talk about it before when you were talking about differentiated instruction, but I stopped myself. It's a great tool for that if anybody wants to look into it. But we were finding that some of our students with very significant disabilities, it wasn't really showing their progress on some of the foundational skills that they're working on. And so we selected this new tool called the Pbis. It stands for the Assessment of Basic Language and Learning. And so a few of our teachers will actually, now that we've researched it and got the materials, they'll actually be implementing it. That was probably way too much, but thank you for listening.
Perfect. Excellent.
It's great to hear all these things.
Do you have any questions, anybody?
No?
No? Excellent. See that? You answered all the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Kathy, how are you? Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I switched it up a little bit. My priorities are going from left to right rather than up and down. The first priority, I think, for us is the most important, and it's cultivating belonging and partnership in our building. And it's something that we really committed to during the pandemic. And we put a lot of actions in place last year with some amazing success. However, we still have some work to do because now we can't open up our building to others. So the first one is to restore family and community engagement. So we are in the process right now of relaunching our enrichment clusters. And for those of you who may not be familiar, I equate them to mini courses wherein students throughout all grade levels in our building are offered a menu or a brochure of choices, about 36 or 40 choices, and with their family, they select their top choices. Our commitment is that our third graders get their first choice. And it may be our firefighter academy, it may be Run for Your Life over at HYCC, it may be Learn to Skate, Learn to Knit, Learn to Cook. So we have relaunched that, and we are in the process of recruiting presenters from not just within Barnstable Community Innovation and our families, but the greater community. So super exciting. We are also working diligently to recruit parents to become active in our community garden and in our classrooms and throughout the building. So Kathy, what you spoke to earlier, I wanted to jump up and say yes. And most importantly, this for us is a reflection of our commitment to continue to bring joy to Barnstable Community Innovation School for all of our students. The second is expand and enhance successful Pbis initiatives. And I got permission to include the photo of Mike at the bottom of the slide. Hoot the Owl is our mascot.
I knew you were more than, as soon as you took it, I knew that would show up somewhere.
I didn't know where, but I'm glad it did. So Hoot the Owl is our mascot, and we use Hoot to cultivate a sense of belonging, but also to encourage safe, respectful, and responsible behavior throughout our school. So we have our Owlways behavior matrix. We have a Healthy Hallways initiative where if you're not working with a student, if you're an available person, whether you're a counselor or a principal or someone else in the building, you're in the hallway greeting students, encouraging those safe behaviors. We have our warm welcomes and caring goodbyes where we've assigned the same staff every morning to be at the same door, greeting the same students and families. We play music, we dance as they get out of their car. We have T-shirt Tuesdays. Yesterday mine said be different, and it was spelled backwards. We have diversity display cases that we change out throughout the year to make sure that all of our students and their families are represented in the materials that we're using. We have a multicultural library that was funded, I believe, through a Cobb grant. And we have returned to our in-person all-school community meetings, which our first took place last week, and it was a really joyous event to bring everyone back to the gym. And we're also really working hard at consistent communication with our families using our interpreters and translations. Finally, we are working very hard to create accessible, safe, and welcoming learning environments. We have been working very collaboratively with Mike Lambros from Facilities, Food Services, our custodians, our PTO, and community organizations. We are making huge gains in renovating our cafeteria. We have flexible seating in there. It's been painted. We have the 2 slides on the bottom to the right. Those are 2 of our students in morning care who are helping to paint the mural that is now lives in our cafeteria. And so to the far right, the tree with the owls, that's a part of our cafeteria now, and the flexible seating you see the students sitting at. We are planting a pollinator garden. We ripped out shrubs last weekend, again, working with facilities, and we have October 15th as our Plant the Pollinator Garden Day with families. We have a plan to expand our playground. We have the architectural designs. We have a budget, and now we're working hard to find funding. And we are refinishing our gym floor and replacing doors and windows, hopefully in the summer. Priority 2, continuously monitor students' understanding. We are implementing our project-based learning using their gold standards, and we are engaging our students in a way that we hope will accelerate their learning. Our Pbl Projects and Assessments, our specialist is working with our classroom teachers to create assessments that will be used in the classroom regularly and to infuse Pbl into daily experiences. We are really working hard to improve our core instruction. Last year, we rolled out 2 new programs, a new reading program and a new math program. So this year, we're really looking at what are the best components of that program to move our students along, and what pieces of those programs can we use to differentiate learning. We are meeting as a team with MTSS and looking at our data regularly to identify students who are in need of additional interventions or programming. And this is being supported by one of the grants that Kristen referred to. We received the MTSS Literacy Academy grant. It's a 3-year grant. These folks are committed to looking at all of our practices in terms of literacy and making sure that the time and effort we are putting in is giving us the very best outcome for our students. This is also, I think it bears noting that this is made possible because Kristen Harmon very generously agreed to be a part of this initiative. We would not have received the grant without the support from our administration, with the idea that whatever we put in place, we also want to be endorsed by Kristen and the larger district and Sarah. We are developing a tool or a rubric to monitor, to do progress monitoring for the social emotional interventions and supports that we're putting in place. So again, we want to make sure that the work that we're doing to build social emotional learning in our school is the most effective, and it's getting our students to where they need to be. And then for priority 3, we are evaluating our curriculum. And the way that we're doing that is we are developing the ELA math and the math and reading curriculum maps. So we're taking our programs and we're mapping out throughout the year when we're teaching, how we're assessing. In addition to that, our specialists are making crosswalks, looking at the core curriculum that's being taught in the classroom and connecting it to art, connecting it to music, connecting it to Pbl, so that our students, when they're going throughout the building, they're having more exposure to really important concepts. We are improving under the second initiative under priority 3, we're improving core instruction again through the implementation of that 3-year grant. Our Kelly White, our reading specialist, has agreed to commit to this grant and will be trained to evaluate what we're doing in the building, to build teacher capacity, and after the year, she'll become certified, and she will then be able to train and certify other teachers in our building so that we can grow this initiative. And again, they'll help us analyze and adjust curriculum, materials, schedules, and our instructional practices. And finally, We are dedicating our professional development and professional learning community opportunities to increase that differentiated, high-quality instruction for all of our students throughout each and every day. We're doing PD for our new math and reading programs, PD for project-based learning, and we're bringing more exposure to LFIN, Lexia, and Heggerty, which are some of our newer programs.
Excellent. Any questions? Seeing none? Okay, excellent. Thank you, Kathy. Beth, come on down. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I just want to say thank you to Kathy, too, for bringing that up about our teachers. They're
I
killing
think you
it.
all paid Kathy something in order to have her do it.
I mean, it is, thank you for recognizing the challenge. Not only is the academic gap there, but the social emotional needs of kids that are coming in is, you know, and a huge amount of time for the teachers to work on as well, so thank you. All right, so BWB, we're off to a great start this year. We have three main goals that we're working on. Our first one is creating a sense of belonging and continuing that work. We're really excited that we are diving into a culturally responsive Pbis, and again, that Pbis is the positive behavioral interventions and supports. Last year I was involved in the diversification PLC with some of the people here on our panel and lots of others from Massachusetts that DESE put on. And one day there was a speaker who came in and talked about how he had gone through an elementary school and all of the Student of the Month pictures on the wall were white children. And the school is very diverse. So he was really surprised about that and talked a lot about it. And then we broke into some small groups and we really tried to discover what was going on there, and then kind of did a lot of reflecting on our own about what were we valuing in schools and what are our expectations, our matrices all about. And in talking with everybody, there was a lot of sort of dated things that were happening in our matrices. So I looked back at the 1872 school rules from 1872. Be silent during classes. Do not talk unless absolutely necessary. Do not leave your seat without permission. Respect your schoolmaster, obey him, and accept his punishment. And bring in a bundle of wood on your way in for the fire. So, but we were seeing that there were some gaps in some areas where we were kind of looking at the same things. And we really decided we needed to look into that. So, you know, what we recognize is that what we need today and what we and our workforce values is the exact opposite. Kids that can collaborate. We need students that stand up for what they believe in and express their opinions. We need students that stand up when they see something is wrong and respond to it. And those weren't the things we were rewarding with our Pbis systems that we had in place. We were looking so much of that, let's be quiet and sit in your chair so we've taken it on, and Katie Beebe and Angela Padala and my school have really taken on this work to revise our matrix and start looking at some of these other strengths. We've reached out to our families and asked them what do they value in their homes, and things like honesty, resiliency, courage. Those are things that came up. One parent spoke about the structure of the schools in their home country and how their kids were not asked to sit quiet, and it's a big adjustment coming here if they're asked to stay in a seat all day, that there are lots of different things that are happening in their countries that make it a difficult adjustment. So that was really important. And then talked to my school council, which was phenomenal, and we tried to look at some other hidden qualities that weren't always seen as strengths. For example, we have leaders in the classroom, often academically, but one of my members said, what about that student out on the playground that always creates the game that all the other kids want to play? And how is that? That's a great leadership opportunity. How do we nurture that within the building as well and start recognizing those students who have those same abilities. So that was great. We have created a new matrix alongside with the staff that's more culturally responsive and values those strength areas that we may not have thought of before. So our Pbis focus areas each week highlight some of those strengths. So we're also going to continue this year with our family nights to focus on either academic or social emotional activities, and we're adding a parent piece this year. So while the kids are playing and doing their activities, we're going to do some parent education at the same time, and that will bring in so many more families to give them some tools to use at home as well. We are also surveying our students and our staff through castle.org about their feelings around belonging, and a lot of the teachers are hooking onto that for their goals to make sure their kids are feeling that sense of belonging from the beginning of the year to the end. And we're working with facilities to make sure our school and our playground are accessible to all. Our second focus is a deeper dive into our phonics instructional practices, which you've heard a little bit about tonight too, especially in our kindergarten and first grade. And we're going to be spending time learning about a new literacy resource called Apple Seeds that Desi has put out, and really focusing on creating the right structure for our 90-minute English language arts blocks. And Ellen Savage, Stacy Brackett, and Deirdre Eldridge have attended some workshops. They're really leading the work in that direction for us as well. And our last focus is implementing systems to monitor student understanding. Dylan Bissonette and I have created a schedule of walkthroughs to do alongside with our coaches, and a walkthrough form that better reflects instructional best practices, evidences opportunities for joyful learning experiences that are also rigorous, and adding that culturally responsive piece. Thanks. Any
Excellent.
questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Excellent. Thank you, Beth. Kim, you're up. Welcome.
The first rookie to the mic tonight, so thank you for this opportunity. And again, you'll see some themes that are continuing through all our schools, piggybacking on what Sarah had presented as well. So my slide looks a little bit different. I did our must-do, so again, that establishing a sense of belonging for students, families, and staff. So we adopted a motto, Centerville Elementary School, where everyone belongs. So our mascot, if you would, is the bee. And we're trying to really take off with that. And so one of the things we're focusing on is, what does that look like? When we say everyone belongs, it's great. What does it look like? What does it feel like? What does it sound like? So a lot of that work is being incorporated into all that we're doing with our staff, family, and students. Developing and implementing that systematic approach of effectively utilizing data to improve our instruction and address the gaps that you've all presented and talked about. We are feeling those and seeing those as well. And then finally defining a purpose for PLC, PD, and common planning time. So those are three very distinctive areas with different purposes, and due to circumstances beyond all of our controls, those lines have gotten a bit blurred these past couple years. So really doing work with our staff to redefine each of their role within our structure. And from that definition, I think will become better instruction, better opportunities in addressing some of the gaps we have been addressing. So on the left-hand side are just bullets to get going with some of those. So we have a morning walking program that we're trying desperately to get underway. Mother Nature's not really cooperating this week with that. We are moving forward. We're doing a slow roll, one grade level at a time per week. So by the end of this month, we should have our entire community just getting that breath of fresh air. The goal is just a way to start your day, get your mind in the game, no structure to it. The entire community's out there, staff, students, and eventually inviting others, such as yourself, perhaps to join us on our walk. I'm gonna pop to the arrival of the therapy dog. So we are waiting for the phone call. Holly Morin, our counselor, has gotten her training, and we're told any day. Don't know what that means. I don't know if it's a supply chain. I don't think so, but sometime we hope within this next month, we'll be getting our dog. That dog will also be walking with us in the morning. Something I've noticed is our drop-offs in the circle as they come through. Parents are noticing the walking. Some of our students who typically are tardy are now getting there earlier because they want to be able to walk as well. So that's a part of that whole process. It coincides with our monthly bee assemblies. And that picture, the elongated one in the bottom, is actually this September bee assembly that we just had. And those are our super bees who were recognized for our skill this month, which was being responsible. And again, what does that look like? What does that feel like? What does that sound like? Addressing not just the academic components, but some of those social, emotional, and different strengths, if you would, other than just reading and writing and math. We are establishing 3 committees within our school. And our first day together, we created those committees in their cross-school, if you would. So it's not a grade level, it's not an enrichment. There's actually a representative for each of those smaller communities to form the larger one. So our Family and Community Engagement Committee is going to start some outreach to find ways that we can get our families feeling more welcome within our school community. We have had to keep them out, and now how do we have everyone come back in ways that are most beneficial to everyone in our community? Our School Culture Committee, again, addressing that smaller community within our walls of our school, if you would, each and every day, students, staff, every person who is a part of our day in and day out. What can we do to make everyone feel welcome there as well? And then a data analysis committee as well that's going to really help hone and bore down to very specifics in data to bring back to our PLCs so that our teachers can use that data and immediately act upon it to create our intervention groups, our plans, our progress monitoring, and really hopefully move our students along to fill in the gaps that have been addressed as well. Part of the addition to, I guess, the 3 groups together would be promoting literacy night. We're going to focus on kindergarten and first grade with those families, and then math night for second and third. And then last year we did have a STEAM night. It was actually STEM. We're going to add the piece to it and bring all of our enrichment members into that night. It was highly successful, and our families really enjoyed it. And we're going to work, I spoke with my staff today, I think we're going to start small, a whole school community project of reaching out to just give back to the community that so often gives to us. They're going to, as a staff, identify some ideas, what they'd like to choose, and then as the years progress, maybe each grade level adopt a community project as well. So those are just some of the highlights, and just what we're doing at Centerville is, I don't want to use the word reinventing. We are looking at things in a different way. We're looking at volunteers in a different way. How can we use what we have in terms of resources to better meet the needs of our students and address some of the things that we have been talking about? And everything that we're doing, I'm trying to share with my staff. I have shared, and they are embracing, which is really great. 4 words that I chose when I started on my journey this summer. I call them my anchor words. So it's communication, respect, equity, and dignity. So I've tried to ground what I do in those 4 words, and I shared that with my staff. And what's really great is I'm now starting to see them do that as well. So that's where we are, and we're on the start of a great journey. And I appreciate you welcoming us here. So any questions for me? Or
Anybody? Seeing none, thank you. Oh,
No,
Kathy.
I'll just say, Centerville is close to my heart. 20 years of students, 20 consecutive through that school. And I remember the days, you probably do too, where we dropped them off or they got off the bus and went to the playground and everybody played, and then they went into school. And they had to stop doing that. So I think this walking, I think, was it BWB?
Yes, it is.
I was over there earlier this week and saw the students walking around the school and coming in off of their walk, and it was great to see them. So I'm glad everybody's getting back outside. Little rain helps them grow. That's what I always told my kids.
we went out and changed our air in our lungs today. We did do that once the downpour stopped. So yeah, it was great. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Kathy, welcome.
Welcome, thank you very much. I'm excited that I wrote things down because I can't see that at all. Glasses would have helped. So I am the very proud principal of Hyannis West Elementary School, and thank you for allowing me to be here tonight to share our school improvement plan. The must-dos that you see on the slide tonight reflect our school's vision for success and our equity imperative that you'll see in the larger plan you have in front of you. And as you've seen in the previous presentations, they are closely aligned with our district priorities and, as you can tell too, all the other schools as well. The premise for our school improvement plan is to build on successes that we've already had in the past and to provide educators with the tools and resources necessary to meet the various needs that you spoke to earlier and those range of needs that students are coming to us. When there are predictable and consistent systems in place, that's when we can all thrive. So I'd like to take this opportunity to just highlight a few items that Hyannis West is prioritizing this year. So priority 1 is fostering a sense of belonging, like everyone else had talked about. We have, over time, improved our two-way communication. Even during the remote times, we were actually in people's living rooms. So we actually improved our two-way communication, but what seemed to be lacking that we want to improve on is really supporting our families with resources and how they can support that learning at home. Secondly, when the Family Community Engagement Center started and registration was taken out of the schools, it's excellent to have a one-stop shop, but what it took away was that personal connection we made. So we started to implement last year welcome meetings at our school with every new family coming in. I can't tell you how valuable that has been to make that personal connection, to be able to identify and remove barriers for families before they come in, like transportation, backpacks, anything they need to start the school year. This year, it's been highly successful, but so this year we want to focus on doing a follow-up. So once they do start, maybe following up a couple of weeks later with a quick phone call. How is your child? How are things going for your child? Is there anything we can support you with at this time? So we want to work on that follow-up piece. We are also going to, similar to what Beth talked about, we are going to use the culturally responsive Pbis field guide, which is pretty extensive. It's really extensive, but it's great information to update and improve our school matrix as well, to reflect the students and the families that we serve. And we will involve all stakeholders in that process. Our priority 2 and 3 are kind of overlap a little bit and are closely connected. Monitoring student understanding while ensuring grade-appropriate instruction. Like Kathy had talked about BCIS, we are also super excited that we have made a 3-year commitment with an MTSS Tiered Literacy Academy through DESE. This professional development system will provide our school support with identifying and implementing evidence-based instructional practices and intervention, and ensuring that our staffing and curriculum resources are being utilized effectively and efficiently. And again, thank you, Kristen and Sarah, for your support with that. We will also continue to gain and implement best practices around our online platforms that we have that we think are really effective but need to be monitored and PD provided frequently, which is on Lexia, Dreambox, and Imagine Learning. And finally, we will develop a team that I'm very excited about this, who will begin researching highly successful schools in Massachusetts that have similar demographics to Hyannis West. With half of our school at this point speaking a language other than English, 84% of those students with a language proficiency level of 1 or 2. We will strive to visit other successful schools that look like us and hopefully bring back and implement a model that supports all of our students. Something that keeps this plan alive, the school improvement plan can be a really extensive document. It's not something you just want. I always think about who's looking at this, who's reading this. It's on our website, who gets to see this information. So it really has to be the work that you're dedicated to and committed to. And something that keeps us grounded at Hyannis West and keeps this work alive is, it sounds simple, but it's our hopes and dreams. The beginning of the year, through responsive classroom practices, we ask our students to write their hopes and dreams very early on in the year. Those end up being part of the process to identifying classroom expectations. because if we do these things, then our hopes and dreams can be achieved. I also, at the first staff meeting, asked staff members to write their hopes and dreams for the year. And finally, we had a very successful open house. We had about 200 families attend our open house. It was a scavenger hunt format. They had a great time. But for the first time, we had them identify their hopes and dreams for their children so we could really see what they value in their education, in their child's education, and how we can support each other. So those will be displayed all around the school so it can be a great reminder of the work that we do through this school improvement plan.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Any questions? No questions. You're out.
you.
Thank you, Kathy. Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I want to say, as the new principal at West Villages, I have felt very welcomed, and I think it's been a successful start. We have a huge PTO support at our school, so I spent a lot of the summer working with the PTO and kind of aligning with some of the things that they wanted to do to support our children. Already they've had the ice cream social, they've had a barbecue at the end of the summer, and now we're looking forward to a fall festival and many other events. They have a calendar that is so extensive that we are meeting after every PTO meeting the next day to review what's coming up next, because they're so supportive and wonderful. So that sense of belonging is very clear on my agenda. As the new principal, I want to build that community of trust with staff, students, families, supporting the PTO, and bringing the families and volunteers back into West Villages. I will say that we had a huge, huge outpouring at open house. The teachers said we could barely move about in our classrooms because not only did the new kids in the classes come, but the students and the parents from last year that didn't really get to go into those classrooms also wanted to see the teacher in person and to have that look into the classroom that their child was in last year. So hundreds of students and families came through the door. It was incredible. We are also not fortunate that teachers retired, but we have at least 4 to 5 teachers that retired from West Villages in the last several years. They have volunteered to come back in and support in classrooms, teaching reading groups and math groups, and they've already started, and it's been wonderful for me to see because I worked with some of them years ago, and I'm here, but they're gone. And they're back in now, and they're so excited and thrilled to be back at the school and helping support our students that we know have a lot of lagging skills and need a lot of support. So it's been wonderful to see all their faces back in school with us and helping to support. We have a lot of parent volunteers that are walking through the door and signing up, and teachers are using them in their classrooms in a variety of ways to support learning as well. So our second focus is the monitoring of the systems and the data. And we all know how important that is because of our students and where they're all at different places in their needs and in their acceleration. So we're talking about that in PLCs, we're reviewing data, we're analyzing it, we're trying to figure out ways to differentiate instruction for our students, which is, I go back to my lens as an interventionist, as a reading specialist, and I'm always looking at how we're best going to support our students and move them along. So I am going to begin the Mtss meeting starting next week, which is a problem-solving process where teachers can fill out some information on the students they're concerned about, and we can build in those tiers of intervention to support them. And it's not just for academics, it's also for the social emotional needs of our students. I put in a couple pictures here. One was on the left, that sense of community and classroom community with one of our newer teachers who was fortunate enough to get into that responsive classroom and just start that. And I was able to watch her implement that in our classroom, which was incredible. and then bringing back some of the joyful learning experiences that I remember when I taught kindergarten way back when. Mrs. C's class had their last monarch butterfly hatch, and so they went into the center of the school to release that butterfly, and that's been something where they sang songs and released the butterfly and did some chanting and reading books about it, and they've got their little monarch headbands on. So I thought that just really represented just how fun school can be and how joyful it can be, and I think these kindergartners got a really great experience that day. The last focus area is, again, these are all similar to the district and all the other elementary schools, is focusing on professional development. And it's not just professional development. I think of it not just as those half days or that one full day this week, but our every day-to-day in PLCs, how we're supporting each other, how we're looking at our students and their data. And we're really focused on literacy this year. We've got Lexia, which came in during the pandemic as an online tool, but supporting our new teachers and learning about it. And also the teachers are still investigating lots of different parts of Lexia because it continues to grow and they continue to add on to it. We are in the third year of that MTSS, the UDL training at West Villages. So I didn't start it, but I'm on the end of finishing it with the teachers, and I asked them to please give me input into what they really wanted to move on to next so that we could really grasp the final year of the UDL. And then we've got two teachers, Andrea Fulham, who is a special education teacher, and Jen Hemmer, who is the reading specialist. They are the lead teachers in that, so they go through lots of training as well as I do, and they can implement that after this third year is done. They will be able to help carry that on, and I told them that I'd be fully supporting them because, again, it's about the instruction, the assessment, and the differentiated instruction, which I'm clearly, it's a passion for me, especially in reading. We are looking at apple seeds for phonics, and we are looking at handwriting without tears, which I keep thinking is handwriting with tears because it may shed some tears once they start, but handwriting without tears and getting those kiddos back to forming letters correctly and at the KN1 level. I remember doing this way back when, and we haven't had that focus in a long time, so it's really nice to go back there and start right from the beginning. So thank you.
Excellent. Any questions? Seeing none. Excellent. Thank you very much for coming. Mike, you're up next. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Wendy, I might need to borrow that handwriting without tears for myself. I definitely
I've had a
need
lot
that.
of handwriting teachers retire because of me over the years.
Yes, I definitely need that. Well, thank you for having me this evening. I think it's really important, as a former English teacher, there's obviously a lot of themes here in terms of what's going on pre-K through 3. And I think I have a unique opportunity in that Barnstable United is the building in the district where all the students come together from all the smaller village schools. And I think you'll see a lot of those themes that the principals behind me talked about here as well. And I think the first one is certainly that connection with families. Now, I've phrased it around student absenteeism because obviously with COVID, we saw a lot of that for various reasons. First of all, we had policies in place that required students to be absent, right? So hopefully, even though we're still in COVID, one of the main goals is to work with families to help get students to the building, help get families to the building in volunteer opportunities, and help create that sense of belonging, because especially for our 4th grade students, they're really part of a brand new community, right? So I'm going to mention Pbis again, which obviously you've heard, but the first one for us is really that idea of respect, right? So the idea that students are treating each other with respect, teachers pointing out when that happens, having little stars that go down to a bulletin board, kind of with the student's name, but then most importantly, what did that student do? And then having, randomly picking 3 in the morning and having those read during the morning announcements so that students have an exemplar of, okay, cleaning up my trash in the cafeteria is actually a respectful thing to do, right? So they know, okay, what does it look like? So that's certainly an important thing. I think the next 2 must-dos are very much connected, and it's Kathy, it's certainly something that you spoke of, in terms of we have grade level curriculum standards. They have not changed. The state has not changed those due to the pandemic. But then we also have learning gaps, which you guys were talking about, kind of how some of those spans have increased. So how do you equip a classroom teacher with a classroom of 22 plus students or minus students in front of him or her to handle that challenge? So I think one of the things that COVID did was it didn't bring us all the way back to 1872, but it really made it so that learning was very, whether it's, I'm going to just go 1980s when I was there in terms of like desks in rows, right? Because we had to, we were forced to. Mike Lambros and I walked around with, tape measures to make sure, well, this is not 6 feet, Mike. All right, how many people are we going to fit? And this was a conversation we had a lot. So if I think about the instructional time, and this fits into very much to the PD that's happening at Barnstable United on Friday, a 95-minute instructional block, you have whole class instruction, then you have students working together, and then you have intervention aspects where teachers working with students in small groups. So that small group instruction was certainly something that went away for the most part during COVID because we had to, right? So, if you walk into a class at Barnstable United, you're going to see students working together, talking, thinking, trying to solve those problems. So by changing that instructional block and kind of going back to instructional methods that we used to use and allowing teachers to do that, and then working from a professional development point of view to work with them to get to use those skills again, all right, while at the same time working, whether it's LFIN in math or whether it's Lexia in phonics, and giving, imagine having a teacher who teaches 4th or 5th grade during an intervention part of a classroom, working with students who might be at that 1st grade level with 1st grade level phonics instruction, right? So that's our challenge, and those are basically our 3 must-dos for this year at Barnstable United. But again, you're here, it's a lot of the same things that's at that pre-K through 3 level because it's needed. And I just want to reiterate, this is really important, it's not just in Barnstable, it's not just in the state of Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Any article you read nationally on education, we are all facing the same challenge. So that's kind of where we are right now at Barnstable United, trying to work within that challenge to help best service the students who are in front of us, who are, at our school.
Excellent. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Mike.
All right, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Jason, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you again. So good evening, everyone. Before I begin, I would like to just thank the staff, the students, stakeholders, and community. I believe we've had a wonderful September, so I just want to say thank you to everyone. We've identified some areas of concern, some areas we need to improve on, and that's okay, and that's our goal this year. And I believe I'm comfortable speaking on behalf of the staff and students that we're up for the challenge. So this year at Barnstable Intermediate, we are focusing on effective instruction, we're focusing on active learning, and we're focusing on positive relationships. So the effective instruction, this starts with the planning on our building. Planning is extremely important. Dr. Ahern said that as well. We need to have our staff plan. We need to align for that vertical and horizontal alignment where our staff can meet, not just department related, but meet with their grade levels. As you've heard before, we have communities, small learning communities in our building. So the effective piece, it's very important that we are planning, but once we're done with the planning, it's about that active learning. So what is going on in our classrooms? So when we go into classrooms, we want to look at two pieces. What degree are the students learning important concepts, but to what degree are students engaged in the learning? So we need to have active learning, specifically active reading and writing in the classroom. So that drops down to our positive relationships. We can have the best lesson plans in the world. We can have unbelievable deliveries in our classrooms. If we don't have positive relationships in the building, our audience is not supported. They don't feel positive. We can't push our students. We can't push our staff. We have over 680 students. Our goal is to make sure that each of those students have a positive relationship with each of the staff members in our building so they feel trusted, that we can push them to the next level, but more importantly, our staff. We need our staff to feel positive. We need to be able to push them to the next level so they understand that they can take chance, they can take risk, but we're there to help and support them. Our plan has that embedded all over the place, so to communicate that with adults, it's pretty difficult, let alone communicating that to 11, 12, and 13-year-olds. So we try to break it down, and this year, what we want everyone to do is the following. We want students and staff to be kind. We want staff and students to work hard, and we want staff and students to have fun. Be kind. It is who we are at Barnstable Intermediate, right? We work hard. It is what we do at Barnstable Intermediate, and more importantly, have fun. It is how we do it at Barnstable Intermediate. We have to share our successes. We have to have a good time. We spend more time with our students, sometimes more so than our own family. So we have to look at our school as a second family. We have to celebrate with one another. We have to have our moments move to tears or laughter, but really we need to do this together. Be kind, work hard, have fun. It's who we are, it's what we do, and it's how we do it. And if we do all these in the end, I truly believe that each Barnstable Intermediate School will demonstrate high levels of achievement in a safe and secure environment that honors our diversity. Thank you.
Wow. Any questions? That was a motivational speech.
Yeah,
Excellent job. Excellent job, Jason.
I
Questions?
just want to say, I think that intermediate school is one of the toughest challenges because they're bridging that gap between being little kids and trying to rise up and become their own person. And I think it takes a unique staff member to work at that level. And it wasn't me in my my days, and I also didn't have what it took at the elementary level. So my K to 12 was high school. But I appreciate, and I think you have to have a little crazy in you too to work there.
Welcome, Liz. Welcome.
Thank you. I will echo Kathy, and I was going to say, he has me psyched up. I'm like, psyched up now, Jason. Okay. Again, you guys saved the best for last. You did this the second year. I know it's the only reason is because it's about, okay. No, it was great to be able to hear everyone. And I will say, just like last year, what a great team it is. And I loved hearing what our new principals had to say as well. And it's great to see how just what we're doing, even though we don't always get that much time together, just it flows really nicely. And that thread really goes between all of us. So I loved hearing from everyone. So I included our vision for success that we had here because as I'm like hearing the talk about the pandemic, and I think this was also mentioned, we know it's the academic gap that is obvious, right? That you're 2 years online learning, but it is the mental health, the social emotional, the really like everything that the pandemic has really changed. And students and adults, I think, questioning and reevaluating what is our purpose, what is important to us. So that vision for success of realizing that we are in a changing world and how are we going to help students see their purpose and their meaning in it, and having that be something that really drives us. So our first goal is to create a more relevant learning experience for students so that the school is where students find their why. I love that actually the intermediate school has the Finding Your Why, and we really trailed off of that. And it's more important than ever. We always know that when the learning is relevant and connected, that people are more engaged. And again, thinking of the obstacles that the pandemic has brought forward, that is more telling than ever. So some of the things that we are working on around this is our school-wide comprehensive college and career plan. And this is something that they've been working on for a few years, and we have a great group who's been working on it. But it is that idea for students that we want them to know themselves. So starting in 8th grade, although I think they're starting even earlier at Pbis, so coming in, starting the plan, but where they really start to get to know their interest and their learning styles. And it's comprehensive. It doesn't matter what teacher you have. Everybody is going to have it, and everyone's going to start and have different benchmarks that they meet. And it becomes part of what any teacher or any staff member or any parent can talk to their students about and understand that they have this comprehensive plan. So that's a big piece under the Finding Your Why. The second one is the career pathways. So we know that we have some fantastic career pathways. We've really worked at, I guess I would just even say like organizing them more into a way that can be marketed better, that students can understand, that staff can really collaborate on. So that is a big piece of where we're moving with our pathway programs. High quality instruction is certainly a piece under that. If you see the picture at the top here, it is actually from one of the civics fair that we had at the end of last year. And while this is a mandate from the state to have civics projects, not to necessarily do it this way, it is something we're really excited about. We want to see more and more of this. When you saw, and I think many of you probably went to it, when you saw just like the passion and the interest from students, I just think about the amount of students that had many of us to their classrooms to talk about what they were doing. It was incredible. It's what we want to see. And it's not that we don't ever see it, but this was seeing it on a really wide scale and having a whole department really work intently on this. And it was a lot of work for them. But again, I will say it was so worth it. And then seeing the outcome. So the interest and the passion was the main thing, and seeing the outcome that students produce and the change they made. We have a therapy dog, and it is from we didn't go through an agency. Ours wasn't sort of as clean and neat, but because of our students, we have our therapy dog now. But they were broad, they were narrow to the school, but just being able to see again that relevance to learning and how excited they get is a piece that we want to keep going with. So goal number 2, building the capacity around social emotional learning, cultural relevance, and really trying to do it in all contexts. So we're working to integrate this into really everything that we do. So small things from, we have in the bottom right-hand corner, highlighting celebrations and the identity of different student groups. So this was a Brazilian Independence Day, and this was something that went out in our weekly update as well. There was foods that were shared with people. So just making sure that we're including these type of things as regularly as we include something about athletics, as regularly as we include something about class or whatever it is, and making sure everyone feels part of the community. Our advisories this month are focusing on, and I know that Dr. Ahern talked about this, but why our nation has months to celebrate different populations. So it starts with that idea of it, then really getting into what is the difference between diversity and inclusion, then having the students do a dive into their own identity in their advisories and being able to share that piece of the identity, and then from there, reflecting on who we are as a school community and ideas for moving forward of how we can bring even more of this to us. So these are just pieces that we're trying to, that's through advisory, which is a more obvious place for it, but trying to infuse it in many different ways. The last, before I get to the last bigger piece of goal number 2, we're working with the new behavior matrix that a lot of staff had worked on before I even came, and I saw it and went, this is great. I'm glad that they had done really some great work. And so we're working with our new matrix and really integrating restorative practices into what we're doing. So there's that learning component along with whatever, in holding students accountable, it is about learning and helping them change their behavior to be more successful. And then lastly, under Goal 2, in terms of curriculum and integration, we're really looking at connections to the UN Sustainable Goals and the Interdevelopment Goals. Their idea of these big ideas that truly, the UN is working on, because they're things that are impacting all of us. There are 17 goals, and they're extremely global, and there's ways to connect in all different subject areas. So it doesn't change that your standards, you're still working on it, but it's that relevant connection that is so important, and that purpose piece of it. So that is a big undertaking that we're just at the beginning of this year. Goal number 3, developing and organizing systems that need to go in place to support all students. So we have I think we just have a fantastic team and staff, and certainly student body. We're hearing really good feedback already about changes that we are working on in order to make things more efficient. And again, I think the pandemic took away things that may have been in place, that sort of like everything just sort of went out the window, right? Because we had to recreate ourselves. So, you know, reestablishing some things, creating some things that might not have existed. I will tell you, and a teacher brought this up at our faculty meeting today during a reflection. I was standing with a teacher and a student walked up and said, sounds like this is planned. It's not. A student said, oh, Ms. Freeman, I was going to email you. I did not know this student. So I had to introduce myself to the student. I was going to email you, but now I see you, so I'm going to tell you. They said, I just want you to know it's been a really great start to the year, and the students are noticing what you guys are putting in place. I was literally blown away. Not because, I mean, our students, of course, they're perceptive. You know, they're perceptive. It isn't that, but like I know we have so much work. Our staff knows we have so much work to do. Everyone's working really hard, but we're not where we want to be. That is beautiful. Like, to hear that, I don't know how many kids feel that way, but the fact that that student came up and this faculty member, totally separate from me, ended up sharing it out with the full faculty. So very nice for all of them to hear, like, they're noticing it. And that is a lot of our systems going into place. So there are things as simple as, it's not a new policy, cell phones. There weren't cell phones allowed in class. There were caddies, but somehow we just sort of lost sight because there's more important things. But what we did is, when we went over it with students, when we sent home information to parents, it wasn't just about you can't use cell phones, it was giving some of the research of why. Like, it isn't because we just want to control it, it's because we all are having a problem with it. Like, I'm on, okay, well, we're not talking about me. Anyways. Jason is on, no, just kidding. But again, just the why of it, and just trying to put symptoms in place, but to really help give the background for it. But so we're seeing a difference with these pieces. I think lastly is sort of the biggest piece under that, and I heard that certainly throughout all the presentations, is working on our tiered system of support process. So there's a lot of good things that we're doing, but it's that organization of, are we maximizing the support that we're doing so that we're really able to make sure that we're helping all students at our tier 1 level, we're really catching students who are not being successful, and giving that more needed support in each level as we go up. So that's something that we're going to continue to work on as well, and that's it.
Excellent, thank you. Kathy?
I'm really sorry, but if I had thought about this, I would have emailed ahead. Can you give a little background on the lovely paintings that are occurring with the parking spots? I saw students working on them, I think it was the weekend before last.
Yeah.
And I remember slowing down, going around the block and watching again. And there were about 3 or 4 different students in places. So how did that come about? And I love it.
Oh, that's great. And I do have a picture on there. Thank you. I didn't, it's like I prompted. Okay. So the senior class, it was actually at the end of their junior year, they came forward and said, we'd really like to do a fundraiser. We'd like to do paint the parking lot. And it has been interesting, the different responses, which were mostly positive, but some of the concerns people had. But I was like, I think that's great. They researched it. They showed all of the things. I think I went forward to the prior superintendent at the time. I talked to Mr. Lambros, who was awesome about meeting with us about what that means and what that looks like year after year, because they want to make it a tradition, and it was a fundraiser for the senior class. And there was things about equity that we talked about, you know, how are we going to address all these pieces? So they really worked to address it all. They involve staff in terms of staff paying for spaces, and so you like rent a space for the year and you paint it. And there was not a lot of concern, but there was some concern from people who said it's not going to look nice, or what, you know. I'm like, right? It is like joyful. I think it, and I've heard from staff who were a little skeptical saying like, this is, you know, it's really, really nice. So there was the day that, unfortunately, because there was a lot of things going on, there was games and stuff that were rescheduled, not everyone could be there. But they had music, and they had food, and there was staff, and there were students, and there were students who were in Saturday detentions who, when they got out, ended up coming and helping. Like, it was a really nice community piece of it, and the students organized it. And I will say that the senior advisors, Mr. Jansen and Ms. Moniz, have been instrumental in it, but the students are really doing the work. And then seeing, I couldn't find a picture of it because I really wanted to have it on here as well. We had this beautiful, beautiful, the Brazilian flag, but under an anatomically, well, I think it's anatomically correct heart. So not, a heart, but like the actual heart. Just beautiful. And so people could submit anything they wanted, but it did get approved by the advisors and the students so that there was, nothing questionable. But as far as I know, no one tried to put anything questionable. And they're beautiful. It's some of them are really personal. Some of them are more generic. And yeah, it's given definitely like a lot of spirit, a lot of money. They raised $4,000 and there are still so many spaces, so.
How much is the space? And I would have done that. I wish I rented last Friday when I had to walk 5 miles to get into the building.
Well, this is, I'm going to pass your idea on. We could maybe
Visitor
have some
parking.
renters,
First
visitors.
Visitor parking, there you go.
Right.
Contact me gets the donation.
All right. So it was 25 for students, but we said, but there was opportunity if students couldn't afford it. And some people said, well, if they have a car, they should really be able to afford it. And we said, yeah, but there's some people who they have a car, and like it's a little bit frivolous for someone who's really making ends meet and has that for their job. And so they did a great job at really trying to advertise that we want everybody involved. But so it was 25 for students and 40 for staff, and it should have been more for staff. But I think the advisors were like, we just want to do, no, it was nice. So, and then there was an extra fee that they could pay for if a student, to have a student help them paint it or to paint a spot. So there was, I think it was like $25 or $30 additional. So, and what the class officer said, and they have done it, I think they have done it, although it's just the first year, they said they want this to be a tradition. And I think that they have started a tradition. And again, I will say, our facilities, really, because sometimes you hear, not hear like naysayers of stuff. He was right on board to be like, yeah, no, we can do that, and this is how we can preserve, and this is how we can clean up. Right, Mike? You said a lot of stuff. I don't remember it all, but you were there.
Mike's like, yep, sure,
Yeah,
I said it.
He was there. But no, to make sure, right? Because what's it going to look like at, the end of the year, next year, and all of that, but
Yeah.
we have a plan.
Excellent.
So, thanks.
Excellent. Any questions?
No, just quickly, it's been great to hear from all the school leaders.
Is it for Liz particular, for all?
But just to that point, that we can be improvisational, that you can be dynamic, and the engagement piece. I'm at the school for athletic events, for co-curricular events, and it's a nice. It's just something that's nice for the school and then for the community, and that we can. Have that, modify it going forward as we need to, because times change and trends change. But for this year and for how it's being impactful and how we're adjusting in the moment, it's very encouraging.
Thank you. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want me to turn it back over to you, or does anybody have any questions or comments? I would like to just thank everybody. Thank you very much. I truly look forward to this every year, and I know you're like, yeah, okay, Mike. No, actually, I do, because, you sit up here and you hear about things, and you kind of hear about it, but to actually hear from the folks that are working in our 9 schools, it's like, and as we just talked about, the whole gap. This wasn't like you added this in sitting over there. None of you had laptops, I could tell. So, the fact that you're already thinking what we were talking about like a half hour earlier. So, thank your insightfulness. Yes. But thank you very much for everything you do. I know being a principal is very difficult, and you all do a phenomenal job, and thank you very much for the beginning of the year and for the rest of the year. But anybody else? Are you all set? Everybody's all set? Okay, I'll turn it back over to Sarah. Are you all set?
I'm all set, and
Okay.
I just want to give them a big shout out and kudos and thanks. They're, again, a wonderful team to work with, and they're doing remarkable things in the schools.
Yeah. Can I actually get a motion we need to go back to 4.1 to accept the
Move to approve the district improvement plan.
Second.
For 22-23.
Oh, for 22-23.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded, this voice vote, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, passes unanimously. So thank you very much, and you don't have to stay around. Trust me, you all want to go home. I get it. We won't be insulted by any means. Have a good night. So that takes care of 4.1 and 4.2. We're now going to move on to 4.3, create policy IMH, emotional support dogs. Is this you, Kathy?
So We heard several people talk about bringing therapy dogs into the school. Emotional support dogs have been brought to the district's attention, and the subcommittee on policy revision has drafted a pretty narrow policy that applies to emotional support dogs. And this will eliminate the need to evaluate the situation on a case-by-case basis. So the policy is in board docs. It's a first read. If you have any concerns about the policy, we are meeting on Friday, the 14th, and I actually have it on the agenda just in case somebody has feedback so the subcommittee can review it.
Excellent, okay. So first read, if there's any questions between now and next month. 4.4, update policy JH, student attendance.
So from what I understand, Attorney Michael Joyce did a review of the handbooks and noted some differences between what was in the handbooks regarding student attendance and some changes in the law. And there was also some language added about being absent and, of course, the cleanup for deleting text related to the 2020-2021 school year. So again, this is a first read, and the policy had some revisions, and anybody who has feedback should get that to us before Friday, the 14th.
Okay, 4.5, delete policy JBA, student-to-student harassment.
So during that process, it was brought to our attention that there was some language inconsistent with Title IX, and the suggestion was made to delete policy JBA. It should be noted that policy AC and ACR contains language that covers what's in policy JBA, so there was some redundancy, and this is an action item for tonight.
Can I get a motion?
I would move to delete policy JBA, student-to-student harassment.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Having a second, is there any discussion? Seeing none, this is a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, passes unanimously. Moving on to 5.1, approve FY24 capital improvement projects. Mike, or I didn't even look. Yeah, Mike and Gareth. Whoop, Gareth is sitting, so Mike.
Good evening.
Welcome, Mike.
Welcome. So thanks for having me. I'm going to present, I don't know if you guys have the attachment, the 5-year plan. I'm going to present FY23 only. We don't have to worry about the out years tonight unless a question comes up. Do you want me to go through one by one? I know I took a few of you around and showed you some of the schools. Do you want me to go through and you can ask questions as we go or all at the end?
So is this, the worksheet is labeled 24 through 28?
Correct.
So this is 24. So
we're
we're going to just talk about
24.
24.
Did I say 23? Sorry.
So,
okay,
That's
sorry.
okay, it's getting late.
I don't know, what do you think? Do you think just go through them all and then we can just ask questions after? Does that work? Okay. Yeah, so just kind of keep on moving.
Okay. All right. So a lot of them are kind of a review from last month. So this year, the number one priority is continuing on with the BHS, BIS rooftop unit replacement, where this will be phase 4 of the project. It goes on all the way through FY28, depending on how many units we can get done per year. These units are 30+ years old, they're deteriorating, and they're losing ample cooling, and we can't find replacement. It's increasingly more difficult to find replacement parts, so. Second is BHS. We had a study done, a study done of a wall in the Astro Park. It's an EFIS wall. We had a similar situation in EFIS, which is the exterior insulation finish system. It's the type of paneling on the outside of, the whole middle school is that paneling. It's allowing water in and not out, so it's failing. We have to replace that entire wall, windows, everything. So we're asking for $400,000 for that. The wall won't be the full 400. We're leaving 50 to 100,000 roughly for a study of the remaining Ephes at the high school, because there's a lot of Ephes at the high school, and we're worried similar conditions may exist. District-wide door and windows, this is a continuation. This would be phase 2. Phase 1 was last year. This $1 million ask, whatever is not finalized at BCIS for doors and windows out of last year's funding, will be finished up out of this year's funding. I don't expect a lot, and this $1 million will focus more so on Centerville. They have single pane windows over there. The front section of the building, facing the parking lot, was done, I want to say 8 years ago. It was just before I got here. And now we're going to continue on with the rest of the building. So paving, this is a continuation. This will be phase 2, $350,000. The condition of our parking lots, walkways, and play areas are increasingly unsafe, unstable. We've had to have the DPW come in and patch off a lot of our playground areas. For example, Kathy's not here anymore, but behind High West, and a lot of these sidewalks, they're unsafe. They're getting to an unsafe condition, so before they really get there. This will focus on the Early Learning Center. Out behind the Early Learning Center, there's a problem with parking there and drainage. So this 350 will focus solely on that. If there's remaining, we'll go elsewhere in the district as needed, but I'm pretty sure that will get chewed up pretty quickly there. District-wide mechanical upgrades. This is year 2 of asking for this. This helps to, when we have a boiler or a large piece of equipment, not a boiler, not a rooftop unit, pumps, VFDs. We have, just at the high school alone, we have 8 40 horsepower pumps, which are massive 200-300 pound pumps that cost $40,000 to replace, that eat up a budget really quick. So having this fund for those type of failures has been extremely helpful in the past. West Villages, we're going to target removal of carpet in classrooms and all the flooring in the hallway, all the VCT flooring. So this is a full flooring project for the entire 64,000 square feet besides the auditorium and gym at West Villages. That school it's the only school left with carpet in every classroom. So we're going to eliminate that. And it's the original carpet, so it's 38 years old, 34 years old. Moving on, back to BHS. The Night Hall Auditorium, that chiller, no longer has cooling as of July this year. It's irreparable. The coil, the refrigerant just leaks right out, and we can't continue to add it. The EPA, that's illegal. So at this point, we've shut down the cooling in that unit. It will heat, it will supply air. That's not an issue. It's just the cooling. In a space like that we rent out, we need cooling in it. You can see, just going over, the pack chiller is on there. That one is okay, but this is just putting it on the radar. That's why it's on there as well for FY28. The next project is sports field upgrade, phase 2 and 3. This was previously known as the Field of Dreams. Phase 1 was the multipurpose field that was done in 2019. This phase 2 is going to address the softball field primarily. And we don't know if we're going to go turf, natural grass. That's going to be decided between the AD, principal, and the coaches and athletes. So this will address giving them a new field, essentially. We're going to bring the backstop into, if you're familiar with that area, where so the baseball backstop and the multipurpose field, so it's going to back it into it. So they're both right there as one complex. They can utilize the outbuildings as well, the concession, and it will look more like one campus. That was the plan. If you go out there and look, there is a walkway from the existing phase 1 that just dies. It just ends, and that was waiting for phase 2. So this is a continuation. Transportation. So this is a multi. This kills 2 birds with 1 stone, if you would, for a lack of a better term. We have no storage throughout the district, and transportation office is condensed into the facilities office right now, the facility shop. The public accesses this building, and we're not ADA compliant, which is a compliance issue. We should be. We don't have an ADA compliant bathroom. We don't need a ramp because we're at grade. And currently where students and parents access for bus pass pickups is 10 feet away from our our shop, where guys are driving mowers, dump trucks, all sorts of equipment in and out of a bay door. So I don't sleep at night thinking of what could happen there, because students are running all over the parking lot. What this would do is this would add 2 bays, 2 or potentially 3, depending on funding, to the facilities building. This is a $150,000 ask for engineering and a study of the space to see how best to coordinate a project like this. The additional bay would be to push transportation over and add storage for the district, because as of right now, for 1.1 million square feet, we have 0 square feet of storage. So we're lacking there. And the armory next door, they're converting back into offices. So we can't use that anymore. District-wide network server upgrades and wireless access upgrades. Wireless access, we're one-to-one with students. All of our access points they're old. We need high-density access points. We've tested them out during MCAS in the field house. They work great, so we're going to improve the rest of our wireless access points. And the network server upgrades is just to keep up with times and everything's online, and network security. Lastly, for FY24 is the BHS Culinary Arts Kitchen. Currently, they're in classrooms, and they have natural gas stoves. That's not okay. That's a safety issue. It's a compliance issue. The fire department knows about it. We pass our COI every year. It's a condition they're aware of. They allow it to happen. However, we need hoods in those spaces, and this would address moving those spaces into an alternate location in the high school and creating a culinary arts kitchen. Yeah, so that's, any questions?
Okay, I'll open it up for questions. Seeing none, yeah.
Yeah, just for me, briefly, I'm familiar with that space, culinary arts over near the gym, and the idea of a culinary arts program is something that, you talk about career pathways, something that sounds very, quite favorable. Do you have an idea of what part of the building you would be looking at, just, at first glance? Is it going to stay in that wing of the building, or would you, because that's, over again, you have the gym, you have the field house, a lot of things surrounding athletics, the culinary program, it works in that part of the building, but, do you see it staying in that wing of the building or moving to another part of the building?
Yeah, good question, thank you. Actually, we do. So if you're familiar with that section of the building, the wrestling room that's currently, so that room is perfect. It's 3 exterior walls. It already has a divider in it, a half 6-foot wall. You could put the industrial kitchen on one side, the class on the other side. And potentially, I know this has been on here, this has worked its way up from 5 years out. I know the original plan was to create even a potential restaurant in that as well. You could put an exterior door to the public, have it open 11 to 1. That has nothing to do with me. I know that was brought up in the past. That's a curriculum and coordinate. I'll stay out of that part, but I know that was the dream. And that space would be perfect for it, because we would put commercial exterior doors with RFIDs, so once you go into that space, you'd be treated as outside of the building.
Yeah, it's blocked off.
So it's locked, yeah, you can't get back in the building, So for a security standpoint, that space is perfect. And logistics with putting hoods through the wall as opposed to through the roof, less likely to leak. So.
Go ahead, Kathy.
So first of all, Mike, thank you for taking me around earlier this week because it helped me gain some perspective. And during that time, I had mentioned my concern about some of the safety issues and ADA requirements, and also the Department of Public Health inspections, because I'm wondering if any of these projects that impact the compliance issues and the safety of our students and staff, if they can go up a little bit higher on the list, and if that's fixed or if it can be rearranged, what can be done? Because I think in today's world, we want to make sure that we're ADA compliant, we are in compliance with the Department of Health, Barnstable Health Department, which would be the kitchen, and any of the safety issues, because people can turn ankles. When I saw some of those places where they're traveling, it was scary.
So, yeah, I think that's the point of presenting this to you guys tonight, is I think the order is up to you guys now. I believe that was right?
Yeah.
And obviously, anything on the list, I think, is the reason we're presenting it to you guys, to get your seal of approval. And these can be moved, I believe.
Yeah, that's what it was. Is this goes back to a gripe I had a lot of years ago before you, that it was the way this used to be done, and not to make. And I've had this conversation with Mike. It wasn't to make Mike's life more difficult. It's just that I never understood. Like, this is, it says it right in the title, capital budget. So it's part of the budget, and yet that's part of what we do. We do policy, we do budget, but yet the regular budget came through us, but the capital budget, we never voted on. We never had anything to do with. We didn't even have any, like, it could be done without us. It wasn't around us. We had nothing to do with it. So therefore, that always kind of irked me, to be completely honest with you. So that's why I was like, that's why last year we voted to make it so that we're part of the process. So, because I mean, I would get yelled at from folks in the town, and I'm like, but I didn't vote on it. And they're like, but you're my representative for the school budget and to run the schools. I'm like, yeah, I know, but the capital isn't. And they're like, huh? So that's why I just, like, I sign off on this now. So you know what? If somebody has a complaint, they come talk to me about it, and I can say, yep, this is why I signed off on it. So that's why, Mike, it had nothing to do with you. It was just that, let us be part of the process. So yeah, we can kind of change things around. I'll be honest with you, Mike and Sarah, my thing with my background is always safety. So I guess rooftop ventilators, to me, that's kind of like the wall replacement project at BHS. Is that something that if we didn't do this year, would that considerably get worse if we bump that off a year or two? Or is that a safety issue? And I want your honest opinion, because that's how I'm going to make my determination. Is it something that could be bounced off while waiting for to see if there's other spots in the school that need to be done at the same time? Or is this something that needs to be done next year because, I mean, the wall could fall down and somebody could get hurt? And
this
God
particular
forbid.
wall has been temporarily shored up.
Okay.
In hopes that we can do it immediately. It's
Okay.
not to the emergency point, such as if you.
But we can't, I mean, if we approved it next year, it wouldn't be done till a year, so you're bouncing it out another like 2 or 3 years.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Doors and windows, so I guess, is this the way did you guys both kind of, like, you guys being Sarah and Mike, did you come up with, is this the list that you're kind of presenting in the order you think it should go? Or, and I hate to put you guys on the spot, but I mean, I also value both of your opinions as to.
So I presented this list to Sarah and Garrett. The three of us reviewed it. The order was really picked out by myself. Culinary, we decided to put back in there. After reviewing the list, since I've sent it and submitted it to you guys, there are some things first of all, the number 5 could really go to the bottom. That has nothing to do with safety.
So I'm gonna interject there.
Yeah.
So the problem that I have with that is if you postpone maintenance,
yeah,
like, none of us like to do maintenance. We all like the shiny stuff, and then when it comes to maintenance 5 years down the road, we're like, ugh. You know what? And then in 8 years, you're replacing it, because if you had done the maintenance, you would have gotten 15 years out of it. So with that, are we better off doing $250,000 now to prevent damage to something? And I know that's a crystal ball, but I would assume it's preventive maintenance to help.
Yeah, I'm an advocate for preventative, not reactive. Reactive costs 3 to 4 times more.
Right.
So yeah, I do agree, and that is why I had that on here.
Okay.
The carpets isn't a safety issue. It's more of just they're old. They're original at that building. That could drop down. However, they're in need of carpets at that school. The night hall, that's not safety. The fields, I don't think I would consider that safety. That's more of a equity. So I think that's in a comfortable place. I wouldn't drop that. Transportation is not. Yeah, that would be safety and compliance, because ADA. So the two on here that I think could be moved are culinary and the transportation office.
Moved up?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, would you take out carpet and move carpet down, and that's $750, and then if you moved up culinary and transportation, that's $650, so it's actually, if you took out 6 and moved up, whatever number. Just move it down, move that down, move that down and moved up
Yeah,
the
so if you-
transportation and the culinary, that would make up the same amount of money.
So I'll point out I did forget a 7, so don't keep looking for number 7. But we can swap out.
Oh.
I think you could switch 6 and 13. Just swap them directly.
Okay.
And this is just, I mean, if you disagree, let me know. And also, I think you could do the same thing with the pack chiller and the transportation. So you would see, right now it would read, if you did that, you would have culinary kitchen where 6 is.
Yep.
And you would have transportation right above the night hall.
Yep.
And then the West Village's carpet would go down to where the culinary is, but I would leave the night
where that
as is.
Yep. What does everybody think?
I'm trying to rearrange this as.
What do you think, Andre?
Yeah, again, Mike, those areas that, are more urgent, Mike, your point is well taken, in terms of the storage for our different departments and how that coincides with people needing to show up, get bus passes, there's a cross-section there, and you want to kind of get ahead of that. So, these things that are in relation, to safety, I echo that, that they're their priority. And I just feel, in terms of your presentation, Mike, and in terms of that vision for the culinary program, first, it's an issue, safety, but then it's an efficiency. It's an opportunity for us to glean, notable surplus value. That's the area where we have celebration, that space, over there. And it's, you talk about other schools that have that culinary component. The community accesses those restaurants. You want to go spend time with your child as a student, and why not help? This is a way to support the schools, as a further opportunity for that space. So just in agreement in terms of safety, and in terms of the potential for higher efficiency in some of these areas.
I also think of the pathway. I mean, we've been working really hard through the high school and like they said, down into the 6-7 building with the pathways and getting to try things out and seeing if you like it in high school and if you're going to go further on. And culinary is just another pathway. Well, not another. It's a pathway. So the thing is I look at like the science lab. Look at that thing, and it's phenomenal. and it's great, and we have a bunch of different ones. I went into the entrepreneur and business one last year, and that pathway is growing, and it, like, so to me, culinary maybe has been like, this has been going on for 5 years, trying to get them a new kitchen, and maybe it's time that we sink some money into that pathway.
It's also, just to, sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
I believe it's our #1 selected elective at the high school.
As I understand it, it's our most popular pathway, and there's quite 80-something students maybe enrolled in it, so it's really quite popular.
Yeah, go ahead, Kathy.
All right, so, of course, I renumbered them because we skipped a number. So when we're looking at doing the flipping, so we're keeping number one. Is that what everybody's thinking? Number 2 is number 2, number 3 is number 3. I don't know what the original numbers were because
Well,
I
that's fine.
download and rework. Then number 4, the High West paving, the paving and the sidewalks. And then I forget where the number went off.
It went off, number 7 is missing. So number
Okay.
5 is still
All
district-wide.
right, so 5 is the district-wide, 6, the West Villages is being moved down to,
That would
what
now
would
be-
be 12?
Yes.
Okay, and then 12 would be moved up to
Oh,
6. And we'll keep the mechanical upgrades at 5, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's 'cause, yeah, you just said the maintenance. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
saves you money down the road.
I actually would move the kitchen up before the mechanical because I think they're all high enough on the list that I would be shocked if they didn't go.
So you want to move
And
the
then-
kitchen up to number
Yeah,
5?
can we move that up to number 5?
Yep.
And then move district-wide mechanical to 6? And then keep the rest in the same order? Would that work?
No, because the transportation number,
Oh, transportation needs to move up.
We squeezed that in at 7.
7, okay.
And then everything below
Yeah,
that
is the same.
should remain the same, except West Villages will now be 13.
yep.
West Villages would be 13, BHS would be 6, 7, 8. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 9, and then transportation is 7. So then district-wide upgrades would be 10 and 11 for the technology. And then the last ones were pushed out. That's not this year, so they would stay at 14, 15. Well, we're still off one. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Transportation would be,
Culinary was 5.
oh, 5.
Culinary was 5.
5.
Transportation was,
6.
no, mechanical upgrades was 6.
I would like to see transportation above mechanical upgrades. I saw that. I saw.
I don't know anything about it, though.
So there's a big,
Oh, I saw
a big
it.
garage
Yeah.
bay, right?
Oh, I know,
And
yeah.
that's where they pull the trucks
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I know.
And it's one thing if you've got one family or one kid in tow, but I
Yeah.
can see where the, you know,
So move that up
I would move that up.
to in front of,
So it would be
that would-
paving sidewalks is 4, culinary arts is
5.
5, transportation
Is
is
6.
6.
mechanical upgrades is 7.
Mechanical upgrades is 7. And then BHS chillers, 8.
Field is 9.
Fields, 9. Server upgrades, 10 and 11. And then 12 would be West Villages.
Yep.
And then the ones
Then
at
it
the
goes
bottom
on.
would stay 13, 14, 15. So I can share that with everybody because I
Well,
just
it's the
added
same
a new
thing.
column.
You're right.
Okay.
So,
So are we okay with that?
is that all right? Is
Yeah.
that all right with you?
It's really helpful, and this might be a good time to talk about the process. So it's really helpful to have your perspective on the priorities as we then put this forward through the town capital improvement project
Right.
process. So, initially I was deferential to Mike, having been here for a while and being the facilities director. And so it's really helpful to know your perspective because there is a process then to follow.
Yeah, so now
with
this
the town.
goes, just so Andre, I'm not sure, and Kathy, I don't even know if you're sure, if you know, but so now this goes to the town.
Yeah, I know.
They have the comprehensive,
So
who's the folks?
I have the calendar right now. So all the departments, on November 7th, this gets submitted. It's a long process. It's pretty much 8 months out of the year. So on November 7th, I submit a packet with pictures, explanations, justifications of all these projects to the DPW. They compile a list of subbing it up by department. And on December 8th, we all get together and we present to one another and vote. After that voting, it then goes on, and then we have a matrix that we go home and score every project for. It's usually due by the first of the year. Then that
That
puts...
sounds like it's a really fun holiday season for you.
It's exciting. It's real exciting. Can really chew through some hours doing that. So, so typically around, I don't know the exact date here, but some of these dates can change. It's usually around the first of the year. Our grading or scoring is due, and then they average everything together, and then I believe it's the town manager and reviews it. Are you involved with that, and Mark Ells as well, and Mark Milne? So they review them, they approve the order or adjust anything they see fit, and then it gets presented. And I would eventually present to town council as of right now on April 6th. So there's a window from the first of the year to the 6th.
Okay. So do you, so you need to have a motion? Do you want to make a motion?
I can make a motion. So move to approve the updated fiscal year '24 capital improvement projects as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded. We're going to do this as a roll call vote. Andre?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Chair's a yes, passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for having the patience.
Thanks.
And going through it with us.
Thanks for the assistance. And Andre, I know we didn't get to drive around or see anything. Anytime you want to see any of these in person, I know it may help to put your eyes on it, so feel free, we can coordinate.
Indeed. Look forward to taking you up. Again, I'm in the buildings for different activities, but the perspective I think Kathy has and people that have gone, it's much needed, and so I will be in touch.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Mike, for going around with me and spending the time with me, too. Moving on to 5.2, approved district-wide LED upgrades. Mike? Gareth? Oh.
Good evening, Gareth Markwell, Deputy Finance Director. Just as a point of clarification on the previous item, I just want to make it clear that we take your list as proposed, but it is going to go through a vetting process of the department heads, and it ultimately is the town manager's recommendation for the priority and order of all.
Oh, I realize that. I realize that. I just always thought that as a school committee to not even have any input at all, I always thought was kind of ridiculous.
And we see the value in your priorities.
But I realize it's just a suggestion.
Perfect. So moving right along to the LED project. This would be a project that you could see on the annual CIP submission. However, we've looked at it and chosen to bring it to you as a separate proposal with the expectation that we submit it to the town manager, or through the town manager to the town council for a supplemental off-cycle appropriation. The reason being, working with the Cape Light Compact, we've identified LED improvements throughout the district. Total project cost estimated at just over $1.7 million, basically to go through all of our buildings and replace the lighting fixtures with LED alternatives. The reason why we took this out of cycle from the regular CIP process was, in speaking with the Cape Light Compact, There's some indication that they will not be offering their rebates for these projects for an extended time, that they're kind of getting to the end of this particular project. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't miss this as an opportunity for the district, so hence the kind of expedited timeline. So what we're asking for is a total project budget of just over $1.7 million. It might change small dollars as we fine-tune it and put in some contingency funding there, but our current estimate is just over $1.7 million, for which we would expect to see $1.1 million in rebates from Cape Light Compact back to us to lower the cost to approximately $665,000. After we complete that project, we would expect annual energy savings of just over 1 million or 1.1 million kilowatt hours a year, which at our current rate would translate to about $198,000 worth of savings in utility costs in our operating budget. So after we subtract out the rebate and we look at the annual savings, we would look at, if you look at this project globally, it's about a 3.4-year payback to the district. So when you're looking at clean or green energy initiatives, you really look seriously at them when they start paying back in that kind of 5 to 7 year time frame, and this is 3.4, so it's really appealing to us. So again, our proposed funding for this, I would look for the school savings account or the district share of free cash. We should have ample funding to cover that cost. Final project and timeline. Obviously, we will put together a detailed submission to the town manager. We would hope to get that to the town council probably for a November, December read and vote. We're not able to appropriate from free cash until it's certified by the Department of Revenue, which we actually just submitted for today. So hopefully within the next 2 to 3 weeks, they'll certify our free cash, and then we can appropriate it. So the November, December timeline would look optimal. Hope to get through some of the elementary buildings in February. If we can get the project out to bid or get some responses from Cape Light Compact. April, and then try and get some of the bigger projects done over the summer.
Excellent. Any questions? Kathy?
So Gareth, when the rebate funds come back to us, those go into the town's general fund, correct?
So essentially working with the Cape Light Compact, and this is somewhat convoluted, for the smaller projects under 300,000, which is all of our sites except for the Barnstable High School, we can contract directly with the Cape Light Compact and they handle the billing. So we are actually only going to pay the lesser amount. So we wouldn't actually get the rebate back, we're not going to pay it up front. For the larger projects, because we're going to handle each of these sites as individual projects, for the larger project that's over 300,000, we'll be responsible for issuing an RFP for that. We'll be responsible for the full cost, and then we'll get the rebates back to offset that project. But yes, that would flow back to close out to the general fund, and it would be reallocated to our share of free cash.
Okay. No other questions? Good question, Kathy. Can I get a motion?
Move to support the proposed LED project and seek a supplemental appropriation from the district share of free cash, the school savings account.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded, voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. 5.3, approve one FTE ELL teacher position at Barnstable High School. Sarah. All right.
Thanks. I'm going to turn it over to Kristen.
Sorry.
Who's been working with our EL director.
I was looking
on
at the
this request.
motions and not looking at the thing. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, so, I think that you have heard at some of our recent meetings, some numbers in terms of registrations. In your packet, you have a memo that I submitted to the superintendent highlighting in particular the increase in our English learner registrations at the high school level. It is a combination of the number of registrations paired with the level of needs. So particularly, as you can imagine, at the high school level, when you think about students that are coming in with interrupted formal education, we talked about gaps at the elementary level. Well, let's think about students coming into the high school with limited English. And so we're talking significant gaps. The needs are greater. So with our current staffing of 8 ESL teachers, they are all currently teaching 5 sections, so there isn't that opportunity to expand and add a section for any of those teachers. We are requesting to add an additional ESL teacher so that we can provide courses space for our continuing incoming EL students.
Excellent. Any questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Move to approve 1 full-time equivalent ELL teacher position at Barnstable High School.
Second.
Having a motion seconded, this is voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes have it unanimously. 5.4, approve signing bonuses for infant and toddler teachers. Kristen.
Also a memo in your packet. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the infant toddler program. Speaking as a former member, my children went through that. It is an absolutely incredible resource to our staff. It has been a deciding factor for some of our staff to come to the district. The staffing, as we're experiencing across the board, has been very challenging. We have a number of currently open positions that have been open for quite some time. We've had a limited number of applicants. We have interviewed, we have invited, and we just have not been able to hire staff. So I am requesting, similar to the signing bonuses that were approved for our bus drivers, looking at signing bonuses for new daycare staff, new hires. It would be a split bonus, $500 at the start of their assignment with a retention bonus or a longevity bonus for 6 months out. For a total of $1,000 for new hires, but I also want to recognize our current staff who is there, who are all actually fairly new, and the incredible work that they are doing with these youngest students of ours, and looking to, again, thinking about longevity, retention, so in 6 months, a $500 bonus, but also as we continue to look for applicants, candidates to fill the positions, to provide a $500 bonus for any recommendations they make that are then hired.
Sorry, I'm just reading the memo.
Referral bonus, sorry. It was referral, that was the word. And it really is just critical to have sufficient staffing so we can keep this program running. Not only is it a support for our families, but it is part of our child development program and one of our pathways at the high school.
Okay. Sorry, I was just reading. So, and I didn't get to it, so I'll just ask the question. So the referral, is that only going to people who work in the infant and toddlers, or is that for any district employee?
We were proposing it for just the staff at
in that
program.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have any other questions?
No, just for me, I've been made aware, number of former colleagues and friends who have their students in the program, have kind of highlighted, the need to staff this program. Kristen, you noted it can be a deciding factor, in terms of people choosing Barnstable. You're working hard you have a number of commitments, and the ability to have your child, in the building with you. You're going to work, sometimes, as it's both parents or educators, their child's in the program. Kristen, you allude to, this is, the beginning of our early childhood program. And so it was surprising to me. It's a vital program, and that these staffing issues existed. But I am, fully in favor, of putting these incentives in place, to make sure that the program has the resources that it needs because of the impact that it has on our district, and then, to maintain that level going forward. I think that that's something to kind of be mindful of. So, I'm supportive.
And if I could just add, the consistency of the staffing is so important. We're getting incredible amounts of support from the high school. I do want to recognize that Dylan Gerald is in the audience today, and he has countless hours in terms of finding the staffing, but also currently as our infant teacher right now. He is going above and beyond. The high school has provided support by sending some subs down to fill in when we really need that extra support. But consistency is critical. But there are so many parties that are
Making it work.
And really, because they recognize how important it is.
Okay. Can I get a couple motions?
Move to approve signing bonuses in the amount of $1,000 for the 2022-2023 school year for new infant and toddler teachers as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
I have a motion seconded, voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it unanimously. Next.
Move to approve a retention bonus of $500 for current infant and toddler teachers after 6 months of employment for the 2022-2023 school year.
Second.
I have a motion seconded. As voice vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it unanimously.
Move to approve referral bonuses for current infant and toddler teachers in the amount of $500 for the 2022-2023 school year as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Having a motion seconded, voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it unanimously.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Moving on to 5.5, approve FY23 grants, gifts, and donations. Gareth.
Good evening again. Included in your packet is actually a long list of grants to be received. I'm not going to go through each of them. You've got the information there, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Jackie Gillis, our grant coordinator, is in the audience, and I'm sure she'll answer any questions if you have them.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Move to approve fiscal year 23 grants, gifts, and donations as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
I have a motion seconded. This is voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Passes unanimously. Moving on to 5.6, approve budget transfers. Are there any budget transfers?
Yes, there are. FY23-1, the first one for the school year. This is a large transfer that basically captures all of the staffing changes that occurred between July 1 and the start of school. As you can imagine, onboarding staff and transfers throughout the district requires us to transfer funds amongst departments and budget lines in order to accommodate different grades and steps that employees might be onboarded at. Unlike other fiscal years, we actually came out with a deficit of about $65,000 for the first quarter for basically the onboarding process. And typically we don't see that. We found this year a lot of employees were coming in at slightly higher steps and grades than we anticipated at. So we'll consider that in budget development. Maybe we'll make a change. We'll obviously take a look to see if that's necessary. In addition to the $65,000, we identified a hole in our budget for translations for non-special ed documents, and so we've allocated an additional $30,000 to the ELL department's budget to cover translation services. To offset these changes, I've proposed a reduction to our out-of-district tuition line of $100,000. This will bring the budget down for out-of-district tuition to just over $3.7 million. I'm comfortable in doing that. Our current estimate for out-of-district tuition for the year is hovering right around $3.3 million. So there's some capacity.
So there's some room there. Okay.
That's correct.
Because didn't we take something else out of the? Wasn't there something a couple months ago that was?
We've done a couple of smaller transfers.
Okay, but out of the district placement money.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. I'll make. Oh, you have a question?
Well, I do have a concern about moving out of district to a non-special education line item. I looked it up, and in June of 2022, we took $413,159 of circuit breaker revenue, and we used it for unanticipated out-of-district tuition. That was just in June after some of the transfers. So I'm just concerned. I know that the open budget tool shows the school budgets in two parts, and so for the public and maybe for the others up here, can you explain why the town open budget tool splits the school budget by regular education and special education, and how that impacts our transfers?
Our chart of accounts are made up of multiple segments, and one of those segments is differentiating regular education lines and special education lines. We also utilize that same segment on the municipal chart of accounts for other purposes like public safety or DPW. So the way the open budget program separates out regular and special ed is purely a function of the larger chart of accounts and the structure that we need to work within. If you could, what was the second part to your question?
I guess explaining the reporting obligation to the state as it applies to, one, using the circuit breaker, and two, whether there's a reporting component where special education expenditures need to be reported out separately.
Certainly, our chart of accounts is separated out by regular and special ed for the fact that annually we do have to report special education costs separately by site and also by the spending function. I think where you're looking at or where you're leading to here is maintenance of effort for special education spending. I think that's where you're heading. If you look at our current maintenance of effort for fiscal year 22, we actually spend approximately $2 million more than FY21 on special education. So I certainly don't have any concerns about us not being able to maintain that spending level, because we're only spending more in special education and we have the funds to do it per your spending plan and budget that has previously been voted.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll move to approve budget transfers as presented in tonight's material. Can I get a second?
Second.
Having a motion and seconded, this is a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it 2-1. 5.7, approve accounts payable warrant FY23 warrant number 14. Move to approve accounts payable warrant FY23 warrant 14 in the amount of $262,431.49.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded, is a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it 2-1. Now, going to 6.1. I'm making a motion to move into executive session to reconvene an open session to approve the school committee's executive session minutes for September 7, 2022, and to discuss the terms and conditions of non-affiliated personnel contracts, a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, and/or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, Mary Beth Shea, and to discuss strategies with respect to potential litigation. Can I get a second?
Second.
Having a motion and seconded is a roll call vote. Andre?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Chair is a yes, passes unanimously. So we will be going into executive session, but we will be coming back into open session at the end of executive session. Thank you. I call the Barnstable School Committee meeting for October 5th back to order. I will now move to 7.1, approve Mary Beth Shea for the position of Executive Director of Social Emotional Learning and Student Support Services as recommended by the superintendent. So if I could please get the motion.
Move to approve the appointment of Mary Beth Shea as Executive Director of Social Emotional Learning and Student Support Services.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded. So this doesn't have to be roll call. No, voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Moving on to 7.2, approve the Executive Director of Social Emotional Learning of Student Support Services contract.
Move to approve the 3-year employment contract for Mary Beth Shea as the Executive Director of Social Emotional Learning and Support Services, effective October 12th, 2022, with year 1 salary, $138,000, and salary to be negotiated annually.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded. This is a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Passes unanimously. At this moment, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Having a motion and seconded. This is a roll call vote. Andre?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Chair's a yes. Passes unanimously. Have a good night.